All right, all right. ¿Cómo andamos? ¿Cómo andamos? Hope you all are doing well. How we doing? How we doing? Ah, man. It's been a weird one. A lot of changes going on, but it's all good. We push forward, move forward. Hope you all are doing well. Hope you're doing well. The dog's having some dreams. The wagging his tail, barking in his sleep. And sometimes all we have are pleasant dreams to hold on to, at least for the moment. All right. Enough of all that. Should we just start off with this and then move backwards? No, actually, I know exactly how. Yeah, we'll start off with this. It's only a 7-minute clip. And funny how these things work in the sense that, remember, it was Norm Finkelstein that was out here saying that Zohran Mamdani was a bigger threat than the Black Panthers. That Zohran Mamdani was a bigger threat to the establishment, to the state, to the settler colonial empire than the Black Panthers, because not a lot of Black Panthers were assassinated by the state. Numerically, if you look at it, not a lot. Sure, some were incarcerated. Sure, some were forced into exile. But overall, wasn't that much compared to the type of threat that Zohran Mamdani brings to the table. Mind you, he just took a photo with, and not to push the whole Zorro conspiracy, but was it Alex Soros? Look, this isn't to highlight, and immediately you see Fox News on the top over here. It's not to push that. It's to laugh at the fact that anyone would think that somebody who's a true threat to the system, to capitalism, to the status quo, however you want, the duopoly, however you want to phrase it, whatever is popular now, whatever is going to change, at the end of the day, the capitalist class is not threatened by this guy. Obama made 2 phone calls. The capitalist class, the elite, are not afraid of Zohran Mamdani. They are comfortable with him. They are comfortable with him. So let's stop this narrative. I see FD signifier in the chat being racist because I have not colonized my time. My time has not been colonized yet. And so this narrative that Zohran's going to challenge the institutions, that he's going to challenge those in power. Norm Finkelstein going so far as to saying that he is a bigger threat than the Black Panthers ever were. Let's see what happens when you're an actual threat. Oh, my apologies.
Well, Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum has vowed to hunt down those behind the brazen killing of Carlos Manzo, the mayor of the city of Uruapan.
Tocayo.
Manzo was assassinated in front of dozens of onlookers at a festival in his hometown and have sparked large protests. It's the latest in a long line of killings of Mexican politicians who'd spoken out against organised crime.
Mayor Carlos Manzo mingles with the crowd at a Day of the Dead festival in Uruapan's historic plaza, moments before he is shot. Surrounded by his security detail, the mayor was struck 7 times and died of his wounds in hospital. Authorities say the attacker, who has yet to be identified, was killed at the scene. On the day of his funeral, demonstrators marched through the city calling for justice. Manzo's widow joined the outpouring of grief and defiance.
Even if they silenced his voice, they won't silence this struggle.
And I know sometimes it's difficult, one, if you don't speak the language, and two, like whenever they do the voiceover. This is what an actual heartbroken widow looks like. This is what a widow looks like. She doesn't come out here looking like the fucking kingpin. All right? She's not over here getting held by the waist by JD Vance. Trump isn't turning to camera being like, yep. We all know what it is. We all know what's going on.
They won't, because we will carry on his legacy.
The second largest city in Michoacán, Uruapan has been plagued by cartel violence. Manzo was an outspoken advocate for public safety. In recent months, he repeatedly called on the federal government for help and told the cartels to leave civilians alone. Authorities say the gun used to kill him was linked to a criminal gang.
The bad guys no longer wanted to be attacked by the mayor. He was actually achieving a lot for us, the citizens, and for Uruapan. He was accomplishing many things. That's why they killed him. And now we are in mourning.
Mexico's top security official, himself a target of Manzo's criticism, vowed to take action in the wake of the tragedy.
We strongly condemn this crime and assure you there will be no impunity. As in other cases, we will go to the bitter end to clear up this cowardly act and ensure all those responsible are arrested.
Now, I am someone who I believe in the narrative that there is no such thing as narcos. For me, the Mexican government and the narcos are one and the same. But when you start speaking out and the narrative changes and you're inciting sentiment publicly, especially in a position of power against the cartels, that becomes an issue because they want the narrative to be that they are glorified, if not completely ignored. An unspoken reality, an unspoken truth. Now, I don't take this guy seriously, and I need to tap in more into Mexican politics. I'll admit that much. But I don't take this guy seriously because of this shit. Watch, let me pull it up real quick. Let's see. Next to Mexican. What was his role? Let's see if I can find it real quick over here. Yeah, it's Morena. This is embarrassing as hell, man. You can find it here. So Morena's the name of the party. Here you go.
Gracias. Secretario, dos asuntos
Same gentleman, right? The same guy.
rápido. Relación ya con la detención, ya con la presencia del señor Hernán Bermúdez Requena aquí en México, ¿qué información se tiene sobre la operación de este grupo que estaba en Tabasco? ¿Sigue operando? ¿Faltan de detener algunos líderes? Y si tendrá algo sobre el homicidio del compañero Miguel Ángel Beltrán Martínez en
Durango. Sí. Gracias. Primero sobre este grupo criminal de La Barredora. Recordemos que después de una investigación de hombres y mujeres del Centro Nacional de Inteligencia de nuestro país, se da con la ubicación de esta persona con la cual ya contaba con una orden de aprehensión.
So, for whatever goddamn reason, this is like a big fucking thing. It went viral. Mainly because what's going viral did not include this portion where this older guy tells her, right here, hey, he points, move over to that side.
Ya con la detención, ya con la presencia.
And so because this is not shown in the viral
Bermúdez
video,
Requena aquí
it's just showing her moving over here. So he's completely cut out.
en México, ¿qué
And it
información
looks like they're fighting over the privilege, the right to stand next to this guy. There's no room to move. So she's like, I can't move. Like, there's no space. And immediately the media and you know, viral videos made it seem like they were fighting over like this food. And it's like, no, this old timer here was trying to make sure that he was right next to homeboy in the limelight and was telling her like, hey, move over. And it became like a viral sensation. I'm like, bro, it's so fucking stupid, bro. Anywho, a little fucking just to highlight that it's not just our fucking media that's stupid as shit.
Dozens of Mexican politicians and political candidates have been murdered in the past year alone. In a September interview, Manzo said he didn't want to end up as, quote, just another mayor on the list of those executed. In the end, he fell victim to the violence he risked his life trying to stop.
All right, let's get more on this from Mexican journalist Andalucia K. Soloff. Great to get your time. This is not the first mayor in the state of Michoacan to lose his life. What's behind these killings and why was this particular man such a threat to the cartels?
Yes, he's far from the first mayor. He's actually the seventh mayor just in the past 4 years. 2 other mayors were assassinated this year in Michoacan in the context of elections, and also many social leaders, and just recently a famous lemon grower who was organizing lemon and lime growers against the criminal groups that had been extorting them, was also...
Meanwhile, I gotta be careful what I say sometimes about like unions before I get my ass kicked out of the fucking. Meanwhile, you know, organizers here cozy up to pigs, cozy up and align with pigs, and it's so fucking frustrating to know and understand that there's people out there that are aware that their state is against them and that the criminal element is weaponized by the state. And yet, over here, it's like organization after organization cozy up to the state and to their fucking attack dogs.
Assassinated. So there really is a serious wave of violence in Michoacan, and he was known for speaking out against the violence, saying that he would take hard strategies against criminals, and also he had previously been part of the ruling party of Mexico, Morena, but when he became the mayor, he ran as an independent candidate. It's also...
So, just briefly, Morena broke the duopoly in Mexico of the PRI y el PAN, right? It broke through. AMLO, as much as he's praised over here, was kind of a wild character in Mexican politics for a lot of years. As I mentioned before, he even carried out his own inauguration, which... if liberals would have known about that, they would have lost their fucking minds. But because he was speaking about the corruption in Mexican politics, there's a lot of speculation of the concessions that Morena is through AMLO had to make in order to finally gain power. So hearing this, that as the party is growing, that you have those opposing the cartels choosing to go independent. And mind you, this is something that's kind of frustrating too in terms of like US politics. All right, let's say you want to run as a Democrat because you're like, hey, I just want to get on the ballot. I want to have ballot access. All right, fine. But why not, like, at least after your first term and you're running for re-election and you already have the name recognition and you're already essentially providing for your voters, why not then run as an independent? When you're already established, I could see the argument being like, hey, look, I just want ballot access. I could see that argument. And because we don't have a vanguard party, it's kind of hard to argue against. But afterwards, it's kind of like, hey, what's the excuse then? Once you have provided for your voters, and you already have that organized apparatus on the ground, why not push to run at least independent? I mean, all these fucking Bernie Sanders acolytes forget that he's a fucking independent. Because he serves the Democratic Party, he's their sheepdog, but at the end of the day, and that's why I'm like, also don't think that just because they're independent, they're not going to serve the Democratic Party. That's who they're going to align with. But at the very least, for me, it's kind of like push back a little bit to where if a third party were to rise up, were to fucking organize, which I know this is all ridiculous, but just stay with me, that at least you have enough independent politicians to where it's like, all right, yeah, let's unite and create this whatever. It's probably going to be a populist, democratic, socialist, which at this point might as well just be interchangeable party. Why not just do that? If you want to like circuit, like navigate, like just cut through the actual grassroots of it all, of a third party, why not do that? And the reason that's in my mind right now is, as we see, Sam Cedar was accusing Sam Cedar was accusing those on the left critical of normalizing the war criminal, mercenary, crypto Nazi, Grant Plattner, of just being like haters that we're not seeing a rise of a third party movement. Now, Sam Cedar, I don't know where he's seen it. I have not seen anyone be critical who's on the left of Grant Plattner because he's running as a Democrat. I haven't seen that, or at least that's not a popular narrative. It's annoying, it's frustrating, but I would expect a war criminal to run in a genocidal party, and that is the Democratic Party is that. So I'm not like appalled or anything. I'm annoyed at people like Zohran because it's like, hey, like, what are you doing this for? To rebrand the Democratic Party, to help them, to aid them in the next 2 decades when Chuck Schumer and the old guard, I mean, from the looks of things, will probably still be in office, but should be retired permanently, hopefully. So why aren't you setting yourself up to have that third party? And the fact that Sam Cedar is already trying to claim that leftists critical of Grant Plattner are upset that he's not running as a third party is so disingenuous to me. But you got to understand, Sam Cedar and Hassan Piker, these are mouthpieces for the Democratic Party, much like AOC is. They have to be, or be perceived as the far left of the Democratic Party. But really what they're doing is that they're normalizing in advance what later will be accepted. For example, Jennifer Welch, super hypercritical right now of any politician in the Democratic Party taking AIPAC money. So now we know that AIPAC will be toxic for the upcoming years. And that will be more and more normalized. That's almost fucking useless because AIPAC is not the only Zionist lobby. Not only that, if you're not fucking hypercritical, it's not about being hypercritical of the Zionist entity, it's about being anti-Zionist. And again, that's something that Sam Cedar is against. I try my best to say on one thing at a time, and I still need to wrap up the Grant Plattner video that's getting done today. It's so annoying because he literally put out a video that we'll watch shortly in regards to Dick Cheney's tragic and mournful passing. Rest in peace. So I'm like, do I add that? Do I not add it? Do I just wrap it up and get it over with? I'll probably do that. But I'm going to be working on a piece about those who are hyper or critical of the Zionist entity. And I'm going to use Ta-Nehisi Coates as the main anchor for that video. And I'm a little bit nervous about it. I'm not going to lie. because I already started like kind of writing a rough. I have a rough outline of what I want to do with it. And now, like I said, I like to stay on one thing at a time. But when I'm at work and I'm doing like a 12 or 14-hour shift, sometimes I can't take my laptop, and so all I'm doing is just working on thumbnails and writing stuff out. Um, but yeah, it's gonna be. It was on my mind for a while. Once I started kind of like plotting it out, I was like, oh, okay, yeah, it has to be Ta-Nehisi Coates.
Also important to mention, as we know, Mexico is not just dangerous for politicians. It is also one of the most dangerous countries in the world for journalists. And in this same city, in Uruapan, last year, a journalist, Mauricio Cruz Solis, was assassinated.
Mauricio. What's his one name? Mauricio Cruz. Mauricio Cruz Solis in Michoacán. Damn, bro. He was only 25 years old. Mauricio Cruz Solis, director of the digital media Minuto por Minuto and presenter of the news program La Poderosa Urupan, the powerful Urupan, the local radio station, was brutally shot dead in the center of the municipality of Uruapan in the western Mexican state of Michoacán on Tuesday, 29th of October. This was, what year was this? Sorry. They don't have a date on this? That's weird. According to official reports, the murder took place a few minutes after the journalist had broadcast live on his social networks an interview with the town's mayor, Carlos Manso. Mauricio was covering issues relating to the public safety and local politics. The Michoacán Attorney General's office publicly announced that an investigation had been opened into the case. We are appalled by the murder of Mauricio Cruz Solis, a young journalist who was much loved by the profession and who symbolizes the great challenge facing President Claudia Sheinbaum if she is to effectively curb the spiral of violence against journalists in Mexico. We also call on the Michoacán authorities to conduct a thorough and transparent investigation to ensure that Mauricio Cruz Solis' murderers are held to account. We cannot accept another case of impunity in the country. So the reason why the Mexican state fails to expose who actually carry out the murders and hold them accountable is because when these journalists go deep enough into the rabbit hole, you find the political connections. The cartel does not exist, cannot exist in Mexico without government aid. The same way that they cannot bring and smuggle drugs into the United States without the CIA, without the state, without feds being in the pockets. And we've known this for fucking years. The crack epidemic did not just fucking happen out of the blue. The death of Cruz Solis was the first murder of a journalist under the Sheinbaum administration, which took office on the 1st of October, but violence against the press increased sharply in October. The night of the 17th of October, the newspaper El Debate in Culiacán, in the state of Sinaloa, was the target of an armed attack. The same week, journalist Arturo Hernandez, editor-in-chief of the local media Impacto Publicitario in San Juan Bautista, Texepec, in the state of Oaxaca, had his car burnt down by unknown assailants. Mexico is ranked 121st in RSF's World Press Freedom Index 2024 and is the deadliest country for journalists outside war zones. Fuck. 124 out of 180. Fucking A. And the worst part is that, like, his family's never going to be safe either.
also in a public location, and it was all caught on camera, and he had just interviewed Carlos Manso. So there is repeated violence here that has not been resolved.
7 mayors in the last 4 years, I think he said. Who wants to be mayor next? Are politicians willing to step into that role getting harder to find, particularly ones who are willing to take on the cartels? Are they getting harder to find?
Well, that's the fucking point. That's the fucking point. They want people that are going to be complacent. They want people that are going to normalize the underbelly of it all.
Yes and no. Ironically, I think people still keep wanting to be mayor. I don't think it really deters that many, but it does make them demand that there is more security, which is what Carlos Manso from December last year did have National Guard protection. And many people say if he had 14 elements of the National Guard, how was it that he was assassinated?
How was it? I wonder how could it be? Because they're one in the fucking same. Because they're one in the fucking same. It's not even symbiotic. They're just one. It is one collective.
He was assassinated in the middle of the Day of the Dead celebrations where there were thousands of people. So people say that that's the reason that it was hard for the National Guard to control how close people came to him. But I will say myself, I have covered violent elections in Mexico for the past 10 years or over 10 years. And I just last year was reporting in the state of Guerrero, which is right next to Michoacan and equally violent, and reporting on a candidate that her father had been assassinated as a founding member of the Morena party during her candidacy. And she had National Guard with her at all times. And as we covered her campaign, I was shocked to see actually the distance at which the National Guard was from her, if they were playing on their phones, if they were not paying attention. And I said, it doesn't seem that hard if someone wanted to assassinate her right now, and she has gotten repeated death threats, that she could be assassinated. So while I'm not...
They're just there for show. They're just there to say, oh, no, we assign security for her. It's just for fucking show. It's just for fucking show. Do you think those motherfuckers are going to put their lives on the lines for a politician that is actually trying to, like, stop the cartel? And this isn't some fucking bullshit like war on drugs that I'm, like, advocating for or frustrated about. It's the exploitation and targeting of the fucking working class of Mexico. You legalize all the fucking drugs. I'm not like, who gives a fuck? But it's the exploitation of the working class in Mexico that's the issue. The targeting, the kidnapping, the blackmail of why this needs to be addressed. And again, this is why, like, man, like the way that like Maoists, white Maoists, glorify the lumpen proletariat. It just goes to show that, like, you've never had like family members. I've had family members flee fucking states of Mexico for their own safety. And what should be like just a scrap of disagreement amongst people gets escalated to getting fucking macheteado. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, nah, I'm sorry. Like, the lumpen proletariat, do they have revolutionary? Yes, we all do. We all have revolutionary potential. But to glorify them the way that white Maoists do is so fucking, like, condescending and like I said, like, it's almost like a fetish, right? To them, it's like a fucking fetish until, like, either you or your loved ones are on the wrong end of that shit.
I'm not going to say I'm a forensic expert, that I'm definitely not. I will say that I don't think that just having the National Guard around you can save your life, which we clearly have seen with this recent assassination of Carlos Manso.
Claudia Sheinbaum, just quickly before we go, Andalusia, how likely is
Toribio, I always tell my people that narcos only exist because the police are narcos. And every time a police chief ends up being a narco, people are surprised. So, because it's so frustrating because it makes you sound like a conspiracy theorist. It makes you sound like you're fucking insane. And it's like, no, it's like all the evidence is there. Every single fucking time they get taken down, or at least one branch of them, one head gets chopped down. At least half of them, and I'm being fucking generous, are fucking pigs. And for some reason, we think that that doesn't happen here. Yeah, probably not to the same fucking extent. Probably not to the same fucking extent because it can't be that fucking blatant. But it's also because it's not fucking necessary.
Is it? Shane Baum says that they want to catch the perpetrators and there'll be no impunity. How likely is it that they're going to be caught? Just quick.
I would say in this case, there will at least be scapegoats that will be arrested.
I like her. I need to do more. I need to know who she is. I need to follow up on her work. There will likely be scapegoats. Literally this. Yeah. That's what it'll be. Stop. Iro, in mainstream media of Italy, the North had a debate for a long time asking, does the mafia exist? That is wild.
Many of these cases, the people who do pull the trigger are arrested. They do go to prison. But the question is, who paid them to pull the trigger? Because it is very rare that the assassin is the intellectual author of the crime. So I will say it is possible that there is not impunity regarding the person who carried out the crime, but I would say largely there will be impunity concerning who ordered the hit.
Lucia Soloff, thanks so much for your time. I appreciate it.
I wonder if she has like a Substack or something. Adelucia. That's an interesting name, Soloff. That's interesting. Yeah, so at any minute now, for sure, according to Norm Finkelstein, Zohran is such a fucking threat to the establishment that he's at risk. Fuck yeah, fucking right. We're not gonna watch all 24 minutes of this, but there are like 2 or 3 things here that I'm like, we have to look over. We have to look over. And I'm a little nervous too because I haven't read this piece from Black Agenda Report by Margaret Kimberly. This might be the first time that me and Margaret Kimberly disagree. Zohran Mamdani and a small victory for the people. So nervous to read it, but I thought it'd be fun. There's nothing wrong with disagreements. There's absolutely nothing wrong with disagreements, but I do get a little kind of like, shit, what am I getting wrong? Again, I haven't read the piece, so who knows? Maybe she pulls the old switcheroo. We'll see. But I do like kind of at times like when people whose work I admire and whose, way of thinking I try to learn from. We have opposing views, which is healthy and normal and should be a thing. It does make me kind of question myself and be like, all right, am I being too much of an asshole? Am I being too pessimistic? Am I missing the larger picture? What's going on? Always willing to question myself and push, against my own narrative. So we'll see. I haven't read it. We'll see. We are, all right, 40 minutes in. If you haven't already, please hit the like, y'all. Subscribe if you haven't. Do me a favor. The Deculturation Live channel is up and running. That's where all the live streams will remain. We are at 393 subscribers. If I could get, by the end of this stream, If we get that to 340, that'd be fucking awesome. That'd be awesome. So Deculturation Live, subscribe there if you haven't already. Again, everything that I stream on this channel, on the main channel, ends up there. So in case you miss it, in case we go too long, in case you need to take a break, it will be there. Subscribe if you haven't already. All right. Oh, Manny, now I work for Bar and I cannot wait to hear what you had to say. Oh, I'm super excited to read this now. FD, I hate when the elders disagree with me, but I also sometimes use those moments to reaffirm differences. And that's healthy, and we need that. And we need that. Ace, haven't there been criticism of Bar over the last couple of years? We miss Glenn Ford, which is good. I mean, we should never glorify anything, right? Whether it's fucking book worship or online media platform worship, we should always be, criticizing each other for the interests of the working class, for the interests of colonized people, for the interests of advancing this project of ours here. FD, for me, it's the opposite. I'm too optimistic and hopeful. Well, FD, respectfully, I think we might have grown up a little different.
Reduce crime and create a department of
Oh,
community.
let's go a little bit. Let's go a little bit back. A little bit back.
This new age will be one of relentless improvement. We will hire thousands more teachers. We will cut waste from a bloated bureaucracy. We will work tirelessly to make lights shine again in the hallways of NYCHA developments where they have long flickered.
How's this sounding for y'all? I'm seeing that the audio it's a little wonky, but let me know if there's any issues, and I'll try finding a different. I mean, I don't think it's gonna get better than this. It's a speech.
Safety and justice will go hand in hand as we work with police officers to reduce crime and create a department of community safety that tackles the mental health crisis and homelessness crises head on.
I forget that I forgot to put that one. Oh man, look, he has a crowd cheering for working alongside the NYPD. He has a giant crowd celebrating his victory of a democratic socialist, cheering for working alongside the NYPD. Fucking hey, bro. And it's not only did Obama make those calls, Zohran went out of his way to make sure they had people, that help Obama in his campaigns on staff. And we're going to see that. It's going to be interesting to see if Obama's people head in to help out Grand Planner. Because if you could survive a goddamn Nazi tattoo on your chest, I don't see how he doesn't win. I don't think that the Mainers, the white people in Maine, give a fuck whether he's a racist or not. So we'll see if Obama wants to double dip and, sends his people over there to Grand Planner. I think it'll be an easy victory. But it'll, I think, not a slam dunk. Because we're still 8 months away from that election. So yeah, shit moves quick. But here's the thing. There's a sweet spot in wanting to get ahead of news, which Grand Planner's team did by releasing that video of him dancing at his brother's wedding with the Totenkopf, the death skull tattoo. They released it preemptively in order to beat out the Oppo research. They released it with Pod Save America. That's cool. That was smart that they got ahead of it, sorta. And even then they fumbled it a little bit. Because realistically, the best way to handle that would have been that he had already gotten covered up and shown it. By the way, I was speaking to a coworker of mine Doesn't give a fuck about politics. Fucking goes to raves. Fucking plays Pokemon or collects Pokemon cards. Like, just works out. Gym dude. Does not give a fuck about politics. And I'm like, he saw me working on a thumbnail, whatever. And I'm like, oh yeah, have you heard of this? He's like, no, like, who is that? Because I show him the thumbnail that I have for the Grand Planner video. And I'm like, have you seen this symbol before? He goes, I've seen it, but I don't know what it is. I'm like, what would you think it is? He goes, I don't know, probably like something like death related. I'm like, yeah, I mean, that's fucking easy to guess for sure. So I explained to him what's going on with the Grand Planner situation. He goes, oh, fuck, he had it on his chest. I'm like, yeah. He goes, that's fucking crazy. And I'm like, yeah. And we're just whatever chilling. And then I tell him, I go, yeah. And then do you want to guess what he got covered up with? Like, what did he cover up the tattoo with? He goes, oh, he just blacked it out. I'm like, no, he got a Celtic symbol. And he goes, what the fuck? Like, he understanding that, like, you don't go from a Nazi symbol to a Celtic symbol to say that you're not a fucking white supremacist. And getting a dog is a legit dog whistle. So, like, even somebody who's apolitical, who wasn't necessarily tapped into the Tom Conf, realizes that if you go from a Nazi fucking death skull tattoo to a fucking Celtic tattoo, that you're not really. It's like when Sam Cedar said, I shouldn't have said that Brianna Joy Gray was yelling at me. I should have said that she admonished me. Same. All right.
Health crisis and homelessness crises.
Oh, it was before the 12 mark. Damn, bro. 13. Let's go 13.5.
Safety that tackles.
Oh, no. Even before that. My apologies. Let's go.
Safety and justice will go hand in hand as we work with police officers to reduce crime and create a department of community safety that tackles the mental health crisis and homelessness crises head on.
Woo! The NYPD suddenly isn't racist and sexist and bigoted. You think this is going to come for free? You think all the benefits that Zohran is going to bring for you isn't going to come with a catch? This is what democratic socialists do. Whatever the rebrand is, this is what they do. When FDR provided all those safety nets, what was the catch? To defang the unions, to rid the working class of their revolutionary leadership. Whether socialist, communist, or anarchist. Whether socialist, communist, or anarchist, they got rid of them. That was the cost of FDR's successful saving of capitalism. These people worship FDR. That's what they want. They don't give a fuck about the Japanese American concentration camps. They don't give a fuck about that. They don't give a fuck about excluding black people. Excuse me, black folk. Sorry, Hassan. They don't care about that shit. What they care about is, what are you going to do for me? What are you going to do for me? How can I normalize the atrocities that the settler empire carries out, knowing that my life just got a little bit easier so that I don't have to have international solidarity? That is the seduction of a national socialist. Because these are all Bernie Sanders acolytes. And what they're proposing, whether they call themselves democratic socialists or not, what they're proposing is national socialism. So those of us within the core can benefit from the spoils of colonization abroad. They're trying to save capitalism again. They're trying to maintain this shit together. And we're seeing these competing forces of the right with Donald Trump. Their fucking nativist mindset. But it's not so different on the so-called left in the Democratic Party. If Bernie Sanders is praising Trump for his border policies, it's because he wants to guarantee that there's not too many people, too many mouths to feed, to make it easier to institute national socialism. And it's easier to carry that shit out and give us all goodies if there's less people. It is easier to not see the disparity in wealth when we're benefiting And we can't see beyond the fucking walls, the border walls, to see what it's doing at the cost of what, of whose life being taken from them, and in what fashion. Manny Nile, Mac in here, Jab, be hopping on here. Carlos, I think you're part of the crew now. I still gotta get jumped in, homie. I still gotta get jumped in, and so I, you know, they're just gonna throw books at me from afar, from a distance. Nah, I truly fucking appreciate all the support. Again, shout out to FD for being the only person only one with thick skin, let's put it that way. But it makes sense when the rest can't even handle fucking UV rays. And Dr. Ball's been so charitable with all this time. Too much fun whenever we get together. We're too petty. And the Mac attack, we're working on something. We're working on something.
Excellence will become the expectation across government, not the exception. In this new age we make for ourselves, we will refuse to allow those who traffic in division and hate to pit us against one another. In this moment of political darkness, New York will be the light. Here, we believe in standing up for those we love. Whether you are an immigrant, a member of the trans community, one of the many black women that Donald Trump has fired from a federal job, a single mom still waiting for the cost of groceries to go down, or anyone else with their back against the wall, your struggle is ours too. And we will build a city hall that stands steadfast alongside Jewish New Yorkers and does not waver in the fight against the scourge of anti-Semitism.
Believe them when they tell you who they are. He wins the Democratic nomination. I mean, and the frustrating part is Cuomo was going to lose. Let's stop doing this. You're scoring up against a washed fucking politician that New Yorkers hate left and right. And this is a frustrating part. This happened also with Alejandro Ocasio-Cortez. When you're facing off against these fucking dinosaurs, and these young fucking people that know how to fucking use their phones without assistance are trying to fucking beat their chest like they did something, it's like, no, you were supposed to win, homie. The young eat the old around here. You're supposed to win. You have the look, you have the charms, you have the talking points, you're tapped into the fucking zeitgeist. You should be winning. That should be the fucking case. You should be using the media, even if they don't fuck with you, to your advantage. You should be fucking savvy like that. So you win the Democratic Party nomination, and instead of fucking flexing and saying you're gonna have to deal with me, he grovels to the NYPD. He grovels to the Zionists, promising that, oh no, I'm gonna have Zionists in my administration. And this is why he's a fucking Zionist collaborator. Because saying I'm gonna have Zionists in my administration means I'm gonna hire people whose main objective is the normalization and safety and prosperity of the Zionist project. I'm not talking about any fucking dual loyalty. That's not fucking dual loyalty. They got one loyalty. It's to the Zionist project. End of story. They're going to retire to the Zionist project. They don't give a fuck what happens here. It's the fucking settler paradise. That's what they're fucking waiting for. Fucking the WASP have Hawaii to retire to and settle and colonize there. I mean, well, I guess. Then there's Florida. But Florida's like everyone's fucking settler colonial fucking retirement home, right? That's just where all the fucking gusanos and everyone goes. All the Zionists go to fucking retire. And they don't fucking mind the fucking humidity. I'm sure they love it. But at the end of the day, what I'm trying to get at is that Zohran Mamdani is a Zionist collaborator. The moment you say, I'm going to have them in my administration, you have participated in propaganda normalizations to such a fucking degree that is, you're a fucking moron. You're stupid. I normally don't speak this way because I'm fucking stupid. I've said it time and time again. I'm not saying anything illuminating. I'm stating the fucking obvious. The moment you say, yeah, I'm cool with having a Zionist in my administration, you're participating in normalization that simply cannot be topped. That is the pinnacle of liberal Zionist normalization. Like, yo, what's wrong with having a Nazi in my administration? And we all understand how fucking ridiculous that is. But because it's the Zionists, they're like, well, it just depends. You know, what are they? 2 state, 1 state? What are they thinking? Right of return, not right of return? What do they mean by Zionists? Get the fuck out of here. Now we have Bernie Sanders saying, I don't identify as a Zionist. And glowing, literally glowing, reminiscing about his days in the kibbutz. And I said this, I called that out early on. Sam Cedar was proactively trying to redefine what anti-Zionist is in order to redefine Zionism. If you redefine anti-Zionism, you're essentially redefining Zionism itself. And I mean, the best part is that this motherfucker is over here comparing the discrimination, the struggle that working class people face, that trans people face, that immigrants face, to Zionists. Because that's what he's talking about. There's no fucking rise of anti-Semitism. It's a rise of anti-Zionism. And in order to organize against anti-Zionism, Zionists claim that, oh, it's anti-Semitism. It's not anti-Semitism. You know, sometimes I wish Norm Finkelstein wasn't such a fucking piece of shit. Because he does great in combating the crocodile tears, the lies of anti-Semitism that Zionists use.
For the cost of
You're right, Pancho. Arizona's another one, the unspoken one for sure. For sure. A lot, I feel like, and correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like a lot of the hippies ended up in Arizona. Like the ones that still felt like they were like leftists.
Any black women that Donald Trump has fired from a federal job. A single mom still waiting for the cost of groceries to go down.
So again, comparing immigrants, trans people, black women, struggling single mothers to Zionists. Wow.
Or anyone else with their back against the wall. Your struggle is ours too.
Zionists apparently have their backs up against the wall, and their struggle is your struggle too. And don't say I'm fucking reaching, because that's literally the first example that he brings up after this.
And we will build a city hall that stands steadfast alongside Jewish New Yorkers and does not waver in the fight against the scourge of anti-Semitism.
What other reason would you have those back to back? To create sympathy towards Zionists. To create sympathy towards Zionists. They have, while carrying out a genocide, had made anti-Semitism and Zionism essentially one and the same. Because there has not been a rise in any regard of anti-Semitism. No, I'll take that back. I won't say of any regard. I'll take that back. Is it a rise though? Because when I look at somebody like Jake Shields, Nick Cruz from Black Liberation Media's best friend, when I look at somebody like Nick Fuentes, Candace Owens, they were always anti-Semitic. They were always anti-Semitic. They just weren't outspoken about the Zionist project. Or well, I should say, Nick Fuentes has always been outspoken about the Zionist project. But what I'm trying to get at is a lot of these people were already anti-Semitic to begin with, just not necessarily anti-Zionist. So, is that really a rise of anti-Semitism? That's my question.
Where the more than 1 million Muslims.
And Walker, wait, did he mention black women then mention single mothers? Well, I see what you're saying. I felt that it was more pandering to Donald Trump's firing and ending of DEI than, but I see what you're saying. You're not wrong. If I'm making the assumption that he's connecting that struggle to Zionist struggle, you're not wrong to say that it's a little weird to have those back to back.
Know that they belong.
What I miss.
And steadfast alongside Jewish New Yorkers and does not waver in the fight against the scourge of anti-Semitism. Where the more than 1 million Muslims know that they belong. Not just in the 5 boroughs of this city, but in the halls of power.
Fucking identity politics, huh? Fucking identity politics, huh? Come join the empire from within. Come on. Let's normalize this shit. God damn.
No more will New York be a city where you can traffic in Islamophobia and win an election. This new age will be defined by a competence and a compassion that have too long been placed at odds with one another.
I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. Is there like, does anybody know if there's a speech of Obama saying like, I'm ending this victory has ended racism in politics, in US politics? Is there like a speech of Obama saying like, hey, like, now that I've been elected, racism is not going to be as normalized. It's not going to guarantee you victory. Because this is wild, the way that he's trying to present this as like a game-changing moment for New York politics. Yeah, I don't know. If anybody knows, if anybody's, because so part of the video is going to be the whole, and I think Dr. Ball's the one that pointed out Obama, that quote of "I'm against dumb wars," and now Grant Plattner saying "I'm against pointless wars." So a lot of these motherfuckers are just, trying to be different versions of Obama. So the question here is, did Obama ever kind of like came out and said, like after being the first black president, anti-blackness, how about let's be more specifically, anti-blackness will no longer be a tool that will win you the presidency. Because that's what he's saying here. That because he's won, moving forward, New Yorkers will never succumb to Islamophobia again. And that politicians won't be able to weaponize Islamophobia to win. Let's see how that plays out. We know who followed Obama. So let's see how that shit plays out.
We will prove that there is no problem too large for government to solve and no concern too small for it to care about. For years, those in City Hall have only helped those who can help them. But on January 1st, we will usher in a city government that helps everyone. Now, I know that many have heard our message only through the prism of misinformation. Tens of millions of dollars have been spent to redefine reality and to convince our neighbors that this new age.
Yeah, I think y'all might be right. Like maybe he didn't say it outright, but he was always like kind of hinting at it. And I definitely do believe that he's enough of a narcissist to be like, I am Malcolm X, Martin Luther King's dream come true.
Age is something that should frighten them. As has so often occurred, the billionaire class has sought to convince those making $30 an hour that their enemies are those earning $20 an hour. They want the people to fight amongst ourselves so that we remain distracted from the work of remaking a long broken system. We refuse to let them dictate the rules of the game anymore. They can play by the same rules as the rest of us. Together, we will usher in a generation of change. And if we embrace this brave new course, rather than fleeing from it, we can respond to oligarchy and authoritarianism with the strength it fears, not the appeasement it craves.
I fucking hate Bernie Sanders. Oligarchy. Does he say capitalism in this speech? I'm not doubting that he did. I'm not doubting that he did. Hold on. He comes out. He doesn't say capitalism in the speech at all? No, get the fuck out. No, wait, hold on. He says democracy 6 times. Okay, here we go. Here we go.
I am young, despite my best efforts to grow older.
Some fucking like, what? I'm young despite my best efforts to grow older. It's like a reverse like Dylan line right there. But I'm younger than you was an insult towards old people being like, get the fuck out of the way. Okay, all right, anyways.
I am Muslim.
Bro, peak identity politics. Like at its worst. I am brown. Woo! Fucking lame, bro. Homie, say you're an atheist and let's see how that shit goes.
We must chart a new path, as bold as the one we have already traveled. After all, the conventional wisdom would tell you that I am far from the perfect candidate. I am young, despite my best efforts to grow older. I am Muslim. I am a democratic socialist.
And as we know, democratic socialism, led by Bernie Sanders, is just National Socialism. Let's just stop. And it's just a rebrand. It's just a fucking rebrand. Let's just stop.
And most damning of all, I refuse to apologize for any of this.
What the fuck? No! No, wait. Stop, bro. Stop. All you did was apologize to the NYPD. All you did was apologize to fucking Zionists. Holy shit, bro. He's gonna be able to get away with anything. He's gonna be able to get away with anything. Fucking shit. He's already doing it. Fuck. They're already rewriting fucking like history. They're already rewriting last month in real fucking time. Insidious fucking sly bastard foxes they are, man. God damn. Wow. I would pull up the Conor McGregor like version of this. But Conor McGregor's a fucking rapist, so fuck that fool. But he really didn't apologize to anyone. Still hasn't. What the fuck? Bro, stop. These fucking people make me feel insane. Let's see, why is this muted? Okay.
Spoke to, they don't want a behind closed doors apology. They want a broad public apology for the things that you suggested about them. Will you do that right now?
Absolutely. I'll apologize to police officers right here, because this is the apology that I've been sharing with many rank and file officers. And I apologize because of the fact.
He said, I've been licking their boots individually, but I'll do it collectively. I'll line them up. A buffet of boots. I am there, is what he said. If I gotta lick every fascist boot for democracy and freedom, I will. Fucking Zohran Mamdani doing his best peacemaker.
That I'm looking to work with these officers, and I know that these officers, these men and women who serve in the NYPD, they put their lives on the line every single day. And I will be a mayor that
What changed your mind about it?
Shit. Bro, you're so you're so fucking right. Thorn in the Empire. They will make a movie about this guy. He is going to carry the dead Democratic Party a few more miles. Oh, fuck. Oh. Who are they going to cast? Who are they going to cast? Oh, shit. You know what movie I've never seen? And I know what I'm just going to fucking destroy my TV if I watch it. The Cesar Chavez movie with Michael Pena. What was it called? It was called Cesar Chavez. I've never seen this because I will destroy my television. God damn, bro. They're gonna do a version of this. They're gonna do a fucking version of this. God damn it. And you know what they're gonna do in the poster? In the poster, this just says Cesar Chavez and it's got the acentos over the E and the A. If they're gonna do in the poster is it's gonna be like Zohran, right? Mamdani. But it's gonna be like the pronunciation of it. Let's see. Or maybe it's just say my name. Oh, you're gonna do the like Muhammad Ali shit. Say my name. The Heisenberg moment.
Your main opponent, Andrew Cuomo, continually mispronounces your name. I want you to respond to that. This is how he does it.
I'm running against a man named Zohran Mamdani. He's a socialist.
If you can respond to that and tell us how you say it.
He's Italian. That's not his fault. It's not his fault. He can't speak English. Ed Walker, thank you for the super chat. Mamdani starring Aziz Ansari. It can't be Aziz. Aziz is a creep and he got canceled. It's not gonna be him. It needs to be like a who's the brown Sean Penn? It's gonna be like the brown Sean Penn. If I type that in, well. Was it Penn, Penn? Yeah. Or I mean, Sean Penn might be down to do it, Loki.
Your full name.
Zohran Kwame Mamdani. And I think what has been offensive to me is not whether a New Yorker can say my name on their first attempt or their second, but that what Andrew Cuomo has done is deliberately mispronounce that name. And it is something whose meaning is not, it's not just about me. It's about how so many New Yorkers have to deal with this in their own workplace.
What has been... Who disrespected their namesake more? Or who disrespected the name? I'm thinking about whether Cuomo or this motherfucker, since he
Cuomo has done.
Your full name.
Zohran Kwame Mamdani.
I'm trying to pause it right there.
Kwame.
Who has disrespected the name more? Cuomo or Zohran disrespecting his middle name? What was more disrespectful? Cuomo mispronouncing Zohran Mamdani's name, or Zohran like destroying the legacy of the Kwame name? What's worse?
Mamdani. And I think what has been offensive to me is not whether a New Yorker can say my name on their first attempt or their second, but that what Andrew Cuomo has done is deliberately mispronounce that name. And it is something...
shit, I never noticed this before, but I watched that SNL skit. He really does smile for no reason, huh?
Name. And it is something whose meaning is not, it's not just about me.
He really does smile for everything. That's kind of creepy. But he doesn't like cackle. I think if... So I'm thinking about Kamala.
It's about how so many New Yorkers have to deal with this in their own workplace, in their own lives. You know, I was at a mosque recently for Friday prayers, and I asked the uncles and the aunties there to raise their hands if they've ever had to deal with the basic indignity of having the name that they were given be butchered time and again with an intention of belittling them. And hand after hand after hand raised. And that shows me the ways in which so many have been overlooked at the very least. And our campaign, it's not a campaign to ensure that everyone can say my name. It's a campaign to ensure that each and every New Yorker is celebrated for the fullest version of themselves, who they actually are, and belonging to the fabric of this gorgeous mosaic, as David Dinkins once called it. I was named by my father after Kwame Nkrumah, the first Prime Minister of Ghana. And it is a point of pride for me and a reflection of the fact that I would also be the first immigrant mayor of the city in generations. I was born in Kampala, Uganda in East Africa, moved here when I was 7. It's the city where I grew up, the city where I met my wife, the city where I got my citizenship, and hopefully the city I will lead.
It's all fucking... It's all performative. Cuomo... Have you seen this, Yipper?
I thought that's who you were. No, punk ass bitches from the right call me Fredo. My name is Chris Cuomo. I'm an anchor on CNN. You're much. Fredo is from The Godfather. He was that weak brother. Isn't that your brother? And they use it as an Italian aspersion. Any of you Italian? Are you Italian? It's a fucking insult to your people. It's an insult to your fucking people. It's like the N-word for us.
Fredo is like the N-word for Italians. Not fucking Guinea, not fucking WAP. But Fredo is like the N-word for Italians.
It's a fucking insult to your people. It's an insult to your fucking people. It's like the N-word for us.
Man. I gotta remember, I can't be anti-Italian for like a month now. We love Italians here. Columbus, one of the best Italians ever to be made. Yeah, we're all good. We love them over here. Where were we? I'll never apologize.
And most damning of all, I refuse to apologize for any of this.
He refuses to apologize for his identity. But he will apologize calling out.
Police.
I want the whole thing though, bro. I hate when they don't link the actual fucking interview.
Officers that I spoke to, they don't want a behind closed doors apology. They want a broad public apology for the
Fuck it, fuck it, fuck it. It was hard finding it last time too, no? Because I like the beginning of this when he's like, wait, who did this? Are these like pigs?
officers that I spoke to, they don't want a behind closed doors apology. They want a broad public apology for the things that you suggested about.
Apart. And it was actually Eric Adams in 2021 who said that New Yorkers need not choose between these two things. And so one of my focuses was, how do we deliver that justice? And now what I know, having represented 100,000 people in Western Queens, is that to deliver that justice, you have to also deliver that safety. And that means representing the men and women in the NYPD. It means representing the black and brown New Yorkers who've been victims of police brutality. It means representing the Muslim New Yorkers in my district who were surveilled on the basis of their faith.
That's 68%.
Ay, ay, ay.
And yet, if tonight teaches us anything, it is that convention has held us back. We have bowed at the altar of caution, and we have paid a mighty price. Too many working people cannot recognize themselves in our party. And too many among us have turned to the right for answers to why they've been left behind. We will leave mediocrity in our past. No longer will we have to open a history book for proof that Democrats can dare to be great. Our greatness will be anything but abstract.
Bro said, let's make the Democratic Party great again. God damn. Make the Democratic Party great again. Zohran Mamdani.
It will be felt by every rent-stabilized tenant who wakes up on the first of every month, knowing the amount they're going to pay hasn't soared since the month before. It will be felt by each grandparent who can afford to stay in the home they have worked for, and whose grandchildren live nearby because the cost of childcare didn't send them to Long Island. It will be felt by the single.
All right. I'm done. This is fucking feeding us crumbs bullshit is so patronizing. And then if you call it out, like why are we celebrating these fucking crumbs? Oh, you're just a hater. Oh, you're never happy with anything. You just want revolution. That's all you want. I was reading, I forgot who posted it, but they're basically saying like, bro, like people who are against revolution because of the violent implication, they're concerned about their safety because the violence of not having a revolution occurs every single fucking day. The price is being paid, maybe not by you right now, and maybe not at its highest cost, but the price is being paid to normalize all this shit. All right, from Black Agenda Report, Margaret Kimberly, Bar Executive Editor and Senior Columnist. Zohran Mamdani, a small victory for the people. I'm nervous, y'all. I'm nervous. All right. Let's get it. New Yorkers express some democracy with Zohran Mamdani's victory in the mayor's race and are inspiring voters across the country to believe that change is possible. But the outcome is a challenge to the Democratic Party's establishment and its donor class, who will not give up power easily in New York City or elsewhere. I don't care that's Fox News. I don't give a fuck that it's Fox News. But okay. All right. Should I be a little racist? Should I be a little racist? Let's find out. I guess not. Israel hating. There you go. No, 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 no. Stop, stop, stop. What year is this from? 2025, the beginning of this year. Who wrote this? Rala Khalaf? The Jewish deli on Manhattan's Lower East Side seems an unlikely choice for lunch with a billionaire liberal mega donor. As we wait to be seated at Russ and Daughter's Cafe, my guest, Alex Soros, dives into the history of Jewish delis in New York, a subject in which he prides himself on being a connoisseur. Beyond the neon lights flashing the diner's specialties, schmaltz, herring, sardines, pickles, lies a storied family history and the realization of the American dream. I don't care about don't care about that. Don't care about that. Soros is fiercely unapologetic about the political funding as he is about backing Harris. I'm happy to get money out of politics. Let's go. Let's do it tomorrow. Campaign finance reform and have it regulated like it is in Europe, he says. He wishes more people would do what we do. The veiled reference to others who have rushed to please Donald Trump rather than cower to somebody that has contempt for you anyways, which is what I think people are doing. Hold on. Let me find this. Oh, it's literally right here. All right. Nor is he hopeful about the Middle East, where the Soros family has a commitment to peace, funding Israeli and Palestinian rights groups, and donating to J Street, the progressive pro-Israeli lobby group in the US. I asked him how he feels about the carnage in Gaza, which Israel has turned to rubble following the October 7th attack and hostage-taking by Hamas, the group that controls the Strip. Quote, you have to ask yourself about short-term victories versus long-term victories. This was quoting David Ben-Gurion. This was quoting David Ben-Gurion. How do you spell Gurion? Opportunities? Let's see if we can find it. Is it this one? Jewish Voices for Peace. That's hilarious. Let's find opportunity. Or David, I guess. Okay, opportunity then. No, there's another. There should be another one. That's the only one. But David Ben-Gurion talked a lot about waiting for the appropriate opportunity. waiting for the appropriate moment to strike, to accept whatever deals benefit you and whatever normalization can buy you, but to always wait for a better opportunity. To be patient, to be patient. Because the long-term victory, not the short-term ones, but the long-term victory is the normalization and expansion of the Zionist project. You have to ask yourself about the short-term victories versus long-term victories, he says, referring to Israel's battering of Iran-backed militant groups over the past year. There is no alternative, he tells me, to a two-state solution in which Palestine and Israel live side by side. I still identify as someone who is, because I believe in Israel's right to exist, a Zionist. And there are two distinct people, and I don't see that going anywhere. And these are two distinct people, and I don't see that going anywhere. What happens to the next generation of Palestinians? Are they just going to forget what happened? And the Israeli says, well, it goes both ways. Fuck. No wonder, bro. No wonder. It goes both ways. That explains the giant fucking smile. That explains the giant fucking smile. Let's just go to his X account, because here we go. I mean, I'm sure he's getting funding by him somehow. Wow. To be arm in arm with a fucking Zionist and just smiling like this. The word democracy is thrown around rather loosely and is largely misused by the scoundrels who want everything except governance by the people. There are many definitions of that word, but its essence is the idea that the people will have their wants and needs met by the political system. Voting is one way of bringing about democracy, but the system has become more and more corrupt over time, with billionaires making and breaking candidates and deciding who will or won't be on a ballot before voters have any say in the process at all. New York City voters gave themselves a little democracy by electing New York State Assemblyman Zohran Mamdani as their next mayor. Mamdani is young, 34 years old, has served only 3 terms in the assembly, and was largely unknown to the public until he ran the Democratic Party's mayoral primary in 2025. He is a member of the Democratic Socialists of America, and as such is on the left wing of the Democrats, and therein lies an important tale. I will say this, and I mentioned this, I was kind of flirting with joining the DSA and just kind of be low-key about it, because they did show up out here in LA to support raising the wage for tourist workers, which my union was involved in a very, very limited capacity, not enough, very limited. So I was kind of like, all right, cool, like DSA showing up, I want to align with people doing the work. Whether I agree with them 100% or not, I want to align with people showing up and doing the work. And then Mamdani came out and said that he's going to have Zionists in his administration. And the DSA didn't fucking do shit about it. And we've seen that the DSA was split in their vote on whether or not to support a free, liberated Palestine. And the excuse is, well, they didn't like the language, this and that. Fuck that shit. You could propose another fucking different wording and vote on that shit afterwards. Former Governor Andrew Cuomo was also a candidate in the primary. He resigned as governor in 2021 after growing incredible allegations of sexual harassment led to a loss of political support and a possible expulsion from office. Cuomo was also responsible for requiring nursing homes to admit patients who tested positive for COVID-19, which led to an estimated 15,000 deaths. which were covered up by his administration and which also gave immunity to those institutions where so many elderly people lost their lives. Cuomo was known for being vindictive and self-serving, so unconcerned about the welfare of the New York State that he gave the 2020 census such a low priority that the congressional seat was lost. That a congressional seat was lost. That's hilarious. And that's what I'm saying. Like, you beat this guy. You beat this fucking guy. And they want to act like they're the fucking future of the... Like, if they really bring that fucking heat. Like, you don't, bro. You've been fighting washed up fighters. You've been fighting fools that got kicked out, that were forced to step down. It's just kind of like, I don't know, like why are you bragging, fool? Like, why are you bragging? And he still brings him up in his victory speech. Like, so he's holding up that, well, let's not use that phrase. He's holding up that dub, that victory. Like, it means something. When it shouldn't have. Cuomo believed that name recognition and, more importantly, the backing of billionaire donors would suffice even if his scandals were not erased from public memory. He had good reason to be confident because money does rule politics in the United States. The candidate with a bigger campaign war chest is usually the winner, and Cuomo was not unrealistic in thinking that he would emerge triumphant. But he came in second in the primary to Mamdani and continued his campaign as an independent. I mean, we just saw Harris. I think both Harris and Hillary outfunded Donald Trump and still lost. But yeah, generally speaking, money does win. Mamdani had prodigious? Huh. I would assume that's like prodigy. Prodigious. Yeah, I think that's how you say it. Remarkably or impressively great in extent, size, or degree. No, I gotta know. I gotta know. I gotta know. I must know.
Prodigious.
Prodigious. Okay. I'm smart. What about me, Michael? Where are we? Mamdani had prodigious fundraising of his own, and he had a message which resonated with voters. He ran on the issue of affordability. New York City has become largely unaffordable to working class people, and in particular to black people, with 200,000 leaving since the year 2000. The price of housing is the primary cause of the exodus, as even those neighborhoods which gave black workers the possibility of home ownership are rapidly being gentrified. Living wage work is scarce, and all of the promise of the middle class life for U.S. workers are now illusionary. While corporate media and the Democratic Party establishment dismiss his ideas about city-run grocery stores, voters who are constrained by the rising cost of food or who live in food deserts were supportive. Mamdani also proposed freezing rents for rent stabilization apartments and making public buses free. These plans, which address pressing needs, were dismissed as being outlandish and impossible, even though they have been a reality in the recent past. This is a concern of mine. To make those ideas sound ridiculous and preposterous, and he's going to deliver on some, at a price, of course, but he's going to deliver on some of those. And so it limits the imagination, the revolutionary optimism of what can be achieved to this simple shit, but it's rebranded as radical. It's rebranded as socialist, as communist, as democratic socialist, whatever. It's the rebrand of things that are available to us, have been before, and shouldn't be like something to get hysterical about. But we're so fucking down and out. We're so fucking desperate. We've been defanged to such a point that we think this is radical. And they play up the fact that it's radical in order to make him seem like an extremist, like a leftist, like, yeah, this is our guy that's going to lead the Democratic Party to the left. And it's I don't know, I wouldn't call it maybe like a psyop. I don't know how you would phrase that. But for sure controlling the Overton window. Where are we at? Former Mayor Bill de Blasio enacted 3 rent freezes during his 2 terms in office. Buses were free during the COVID pandemic, while Mamdani was painted as a Muslim socialist or a communist who would bring Sharia law to New York. Voters were well aware that the city of New York could possibly do for them again what it had done previously. And I think that's the point. That it's like you don't even have to go that far back. They've already done it. Mamdani stuck to the most basic political truism. He talked about what the people want. The Democratic Party establishment specialized in telling their voters just the opposite, that what they want is impossible and unrealistic. They even cast blame on their own voters for their electoral failures, constantly warning that ascending to the demands of the rank and file will bring Republicans to office. The issues in question may be raising the minimum wage or instituting a national system of free healthcare, but the answer is always the resounding no. That position not only put Donald Trump and the Republican Party back in control in Washington, but has brought the Democrats to an ignominious low point in public approval. Their ratings are below those of the Republicans, even during Donald Trump's orchestrated shutdown of the government. No matter, they made clear that Mamdani's slightly leftish reformism should not be on the political agenda in New York or elsewhere. And obviously, like, I never for once thought that Kimberly would. It feels weird saying Margaret Kimberly, excuse me. I always want to be respectful. It feels weird that, like, I never thought that Margaret Kimberly thought that Mamdani was a leftist. Like, I want to make that clear. I was just like kind of concerned about even calling it a small victory is worrisome because it's not a victory. It's a rehashed misleading of the working class. It's a poison pill. Y'all seriously think Cuomo's campaign and Schumer refusing to endorse were kayfabe? No, I think Cuomo's enough of a narcissist to where he was going to run independent regardless. And I think Schumer's kind of irrelevant, to be honest. I mean, we all saw kayfabe basically is like wrestling. It's a wrestling term. Kayfabe is it's like for show that everyone's in on it. It's a performance piece made to trick you into believing that it's real, that it's true, but everyone's in it. All right. During the Attitude Era, kayfabe was heavy to where like, nah, this is real, like this is us, whatever. And then eventually, it's like got ridiculous and like, hey, just we're breaking kayfabe. We all know this is fake. It is what it is, whatever. But yeah, kayfabe. It's not like, look, I'm not here saying that there's a grand conspiracy where all this shit is being planned out and normalized. What I do think that these opportunities of these rat libs being pushed forward, not being stomped out, I think like there's some benefit. There's always a benefit, right? Who benefits? And we have to look at that. For example, like it's ridiculous to say, oh, Grant Plattner is fucking controlled opposition to normalize Nazis in the Democratic Party. That's ridiculous to say, right? But if he wins, it normalizes Nazis in the Democratic Party, right? And while he's in his campaign, white leftists, the Sam Cedars, Hassan Pikers, Crystal Ball, Ryan Grimm, Matt Stoller, these Kyle Kalinskis, all these white leftists are downplaying a Nazi tattoo, are normalizing a mercenary, a war criminal in Iraq and Afghanistan. They're normalizing that as the new face of the Democratic Party. They've all come together to normalize that. Did they go behind a room offline and say, hey, we're going to push this line or whatever? I don't think they need to. So, but yeah, I do think that it's a detriment to underestimate your enemies, for sure. I agree with that. But I think a lot of these things don't need to actually be communicated. I think they're all serving like the same objective goal, which is they all align with whiteness, and they all necessarily, I mean, honestly, they all want National Socialism. Whether they call it that or not, they all want National Socialism. And they're all in pursuit of some form of power and control and affirmation of their political leaning. The Washington Post editorial board dramatically opined Zohran Mamdani's success is a warning, with an editorial full of laughable fear-mongering. Supporters of free markets have failed to articulate Supporters of free markets have failed to articulately make their case in New York, and Mamdani's success is a warning to business-friendly Democrats that they'll have to do better. New York City will still be the capital of capitalism. Mamdani cannot do away with free markets and has not said that he would even try. Mamdani succeeded because free markets have made it hard to secure food, housing, and jobs. The only surprise is that he circumvented the party fat cats whose money kept Cuomo in the running, which is why corporate media like the Washington Post are opposed to him. His success could change Democratic Party politics and make it harder to dispose of candidates who want to bring about even some of the reformist change, which is anathema? I don't think you say it like that. To the establishment. I don't think you say it like that. How do you say it? Yeah. Anathema. Anathema. No, now look it up. There's another, which I'm assuming is from this fucking word.
Anathema.
Anathema. That's what it is.
Anathema.
Anathema. I said anathema. To the establishment. As Cuomo went to the polls in what he obviously knew to be a losing effort, he spoke as a sore loser of the failures of socialism, which Mamdani is not even proposing. I think if the far left socialists were to win, I think long term, it would be very detrimental to the future of the Democratic Party. This country is not a socialist country. This city is not a socialist city. The state is not a socialist state. Socialism has never worked anywhere on the globe. New Yorkers should be so lucky as to actually have socialism, and in any case, Cuomo's red baiting didn't work because the people are in need and the duopoly is no longer seen as being legitimate. It was somewhat comical to see Trump give a backhanded compliment endorsement to Cuomo. I'm not a fan of Cuomo one way or the other, but if it's going to be between a bad Democrat and a communist, I'm going to pick the bad Democrat all the time, to be honest with you. He's a lesser to evil voter. Donald Trump, lesser of to evil voter. Who'd have known? Wow. Foxy, thank you so much. Foxy Jezebel, yeah, that is a great way to break it down. Anathema. Appreciate y'all. Cuomo, who is many things but not a fool, immediately rejected the endorsement, knowing quite well that a seal of approval from Trump would seal his fate with many of the late deciding New York voters. Although it would be a mistake to think that New Yorkers are outliers and different from other Democratic Party voters across the country, Mamdani has shown that change is an electoral winner for people who are consistently told that they must not even think of making political demands. The establishment is well aware of that fact, which is why the Washington Post felt compelled to weigh in the New York City race. Mamdani's victory does pose challenges to the left. The billionaires who spent money to defeat him will not take their marbles and go home. They will attempt to influence him just as they would any other mayor. Mamdani himself has shown weakness, such as when he called the president of Venezuela and Cuba dictators while downplaying the deadly results of U.S. sanctions against their countries. Zionists attack him for his principled stance against Israeli apartheid and genocide, which he has softened under their pressure. He says that Israel has a right to exist as a state with equal rights, which is wishful liberal thinking that contradicts the tenets of Zionism itself. His statement on October 7th made reference to a genocidal war, but led with a denunciation of Hamas. That kind of liberalism is highly problematic, and it would be a mistake for the left to refrain from critique should he take their support for granted. I mean, I think he already has. I think by groveling to the NYPD, by aligning with Zionists, I think he already has. The excitement generated by Mamdani's campaign is not due only to his shrewd strategy and his personal charisma. People were excited at the prospect of finally being listened to into having a mayor who beat the billionaires whose control is beating them up. When given a chance to vote for someone who took their needs seriously, they said yes, and they are being heard far beyond the 5 boroughs of New York City. He may well change politics around the country, and that is why his enemies are afraid. Wow. That's pretty disappointing. What do y'all think? I mean, are we too shrewd? Are we too jaded? Are we just fucking haters? But how is he? Obama called him twice. He had Obama's team on his campaign. He walked back his accurate criticism of NYPD, groveled to them privately and on Fox News. He would go to pro-Palestinian protests and then suddenly switched up and said, no, he's cool with Zionists. In fact, he was guaranteeing that they were going to be in his campaign. I don't know. Like, I feel like we should be more afraid of the rise of this type of politician. Like I said in a previous stream, like, I'm shocked that we haven't gotten more Obamas. That's what I'm surprised about. That is what kind of threw me off a little bit. Yeah, like it's just kind of like, I don't want to say anything insulting or disrespectful. I'm just kind of lost how you are aware of all this. Where do we start? Mamdani himself has shown weaknesses such as, and then she does all this, excuse me. Well, he did all this. And she acknowledges, Margaret Kimberly acknowledges it. And how do you arrive to this conclusion that they would be afraid of him? When before even taking office, he's already bent over backwards for them. Yeah, Foxy Jezebel. More Obama-like folks are coming up. Give AOC another year. Jasmine Crockett 2 years. Yeah, I mean, well, AOC, she's under the tutelage of Bernie. I'm kind of surprised, to be honest, that Obama hasn't, and maybe behind closed doors, is grooming, these politicians. Huh. I wonder if he just doesn't want to give that time and effort, that commitment. But he did call Mamdani. So maybe Mamdani's going to be Obama's pet project, but he can't make it to the presidency. And I don't imagine Obama caring significantly about someone who, it's like certain coaches, if they were fighters and they were champions or whatever, they retire and they decide to become coaches. Like their next big fix is getting a champion under them, right? Like under their tutelage. So because they were champs, and the closest thing they get to it after, retiring, after not being able to physically do it anymore, is to train a champion. And that's the closest to winning a championship they'll ever get themselves again. But they need that fix because they've had it before. They had the hit of being a champion. So I'm kind of surprised that Obama hasn't really taken anyone under his tutelage. But I don't think it's going to be Zohran, even though he reached out to him, because Zohran can't be president. And I think Obama, or maybe, hold on. Because I was going to say, I think he's too much of a narcissist not to train a winner. But also, maybe Obama was like, oh, like he'll never overshadow me. So I'm just going to make sure that he's like the best fucking New York New York mayor. But he'll never overshadow me because he can't be president. Oh, maybe, who knows? Man. Check her other writings related to Mamdani. Let's see. It was in October. Oh no, this is a conversation. All right. Not seeing it. All right, so somebody else won. Somebody else won. And let me show you what she looks like. If you haven't heard of her, Abigail Spanberger just won as well. Let me see here. Let's watch this.
Now project the winner of the Virginia governor's race is Abigail Spanberger. NBC News now projecting her as the winner of the Virginia governor's race. Steve, we were just talking about this throughout the night right now. All the momentum, all the voting, more Democrats coming out for, especially around those suburbs in D.C. You wonder how the Doge cuts, how the government shutdown, how that all affected the people that live around D.C. and how it affected their vote. And again, President Trump, he wasn't in this race. He didn't endorse
Zig, thank you so much for the super chat. Appreciate you. Did I actually? There you go. Super chats are turned on. Super stickers are turned on if you want to help support the channel. Appreciate y'all. But yes, so she ended up winning fairly comfortably.
Earl Sears, you didn't even mention her name. It was a very tough race for Republicans there. Too early to call in the Attorney General's race so far. And Steve, before you go, because I want to talk to two great political minds in about 30 seconds, explain to our viewers why we're just talking Virginia and we haven't talked about New Jersey or New York City or California yet.
Yeah, Tom, it's certainly not for lack of desire on my part, but in 6 minutes, the polls are going to close in New Jersey.
Hold on. So she ended up winning. Let's see what her message is. Democrat Abigail Spanberger will be Virginia's next governor, according to a race call by the Associated Press. Spanberger, who previously served 3 terms in the U.S. House, defeated her Republican opponent, Lieutenant Governor Winston Earl Sears, should be Virginia's first woman governor. Wow. Representation matters. The contest received national attention as one of the first major tests of voter sentiment in response to the Trump administration policies. Virginia is home to around 320,000 federal workers and hundreds of thousands of federal contractors. It sure is. On the campaign trail, Spanberger argued that federal layoffs cut back by President Donald Trump's Department of Government Efficiency, tariffs, and federal shutdowns were an attack on Virginia's economy, and pitched herself as a way for voters to push back. Quote, "We need a governor who will recognize the hardships of this moment, advocate for Virginians, and make clear that not only are we watching people be challenged in their livelihoods and in their businesses and in communities, but Virginia's economy is under attack." Spanberger was backed by National Democrats. National Democrats had looked to Spanberger and Virginia's Democrat for a boost heading into the 2026 midterms. Former President Barack Obama had campaigned for her, and the party backed her in what was one of just 2 governors' races this year. The DNC has been spending a lot of money and a lot of time in Virginia, said DNC Vice Chair Representative Malcolm Kenyatta at the meeting for party volunteers in Northern Virginia, because we know that what you all do and the momentum that is going to come out of your victories is going to lead us to flipping the House of Representatives in 2026. Here we go. Spanberger, who served in the CIA before running for Congress in 2018, has cultivated a reputation as a pragmatic centrist. The theme of her run for governor was affordability, speaking to Virginia's concerns about rising costs of housing, utility bills, and pharmaceutical drugs, and the economic uncertainty she blamed on Trump's tariffs and federal layoffs. Earl Sears, meanwhile, portrayed herself as an example of the American dream, a Jamaican immigrant who became a U.S. Marine and small business owner. She accused Spanberger of backing policies on transgender rights that she said are a threat to girls' safety in schools and bathrooms and locker rooms. Jesus, bro. That is a terrifying fit. Like the fascist aesthetic coming through. The race was jolted by late-breaking events. Look at this, Obama. Obama and the CIA, always. Earl Sears also attacked Spanberger for supporting Biden's administration's policies. She vowed to continue business-friendly policies of outgoing Governor Youngkin. While she backed Trump's policies, Trump did not endorse her. I wonder why. Several developments impacted the final weeks of the race. The federal shutdown shadowed the final month of early voting, with both campaigns blaming the other parties for the stalemate. Virginia lawmakers began considering a plan to redistrict the state's congressional district to favor Democratic candidates in 2026 midterms election, as Trump pushed Republicans in other states to move to favor their candidates. that could be an issue facing the next Virginia governor. Yeah, I mean, Prop 50 just passed in California, so there's that. All right. A little rundown of who she is, how the race went. It is what it is. Toribio, pragmatic centrist zapping my balls in the black site. It could be somebody more evil, though. Think about it. Tenía que ser CIA. La CIA, siempre. All right. Thank you so much, Manny Nile. But yeah, I guess it wasn't written by her. So I don't know. I never heard Restoration News. I don't know who fucking Matt Wolfson is. But I ran into this article and I'm like, this sounds interesting. Let's read it on stream. Because I didn't know that Democrats were just straight up running CIA fucking candidates like that. I think it wasn't really talked about too much. They're running CIA candidates over here in Virginia. They're running fucking war criminal mercenary crypto Nazis in Maine. I mean, they're trying to win back the fucking the great white voter. How rising new stars of the centrist Democrat wing are pushing a deep state agenda. Abigail Spanberger is a centrist Democrat and former U.S. representative from Virginia's 7th District who seems to be gliding to an easy victory in November against Republican Lieutenant Governor Winsome Earl Sears. In reports on Spanberger, Restoration News has showed that Spanberger's vaunted centrism is really a close alliance with corporate monopolists, money, which, as two other recent Restoration News reports revealed, is a feature, not a bug, of the party's post-2024 political reset. Oh, I should have hit two others. Backers of New Democratic Abundance Agenda and their larger game. That's interesting. What are the other two? Democrats' deceptive abundance agenda and its effects on the ground. All right. But Spanberger's links to entities tied to government largesse go deeper than corporations. Generosity or in bestowing money or gifts upon others. That's cool. I need to start writing this shit down so I could fucking start playing. Is Words with Friends still a thing? I was too dyslexic to join. Largesse. Largesse. But Spanberger's links to entities that tied to government largesse go deeper than corporations. What remains oddly unnoticed by mainstream media, even as it is constantly discussed, are Spanberger's links, and the links of her fellow rising Democratic star and newly elected Senator Alyssa Slotkin to the national security state. There's nothing secret or even indirect about Spanberger's and Slotkin's links. They're both unprecedentedly former CIA officers who entered politics. They've been endorsed based on their service by members of the intelligence community. They advertise their service as proof of their governance, of their governing bona fides, and their service has been a staple of their media coverage. But this media coverage is incredibly both omnipresent and superficial. Reporters are regurgitating the same triangle of facts at the expense of digging deeper or wider. So, it makes sense that this is what mainstream media is normalizing, while so-called independent left media is normalizing something a little bit harder to defend, right? I don't see mainstream media ever defending a Nazi tattoo. But it makes sense for independent media to defend it because they're edgier. They're like, oh, don't fall for the establishment's lies. So it's weird how both the mainstream and the so-called like independent scene are both engaged in this normalization of some of the most evil fucking monsters that the state can produce. Except one is more polished than the other, right? Okay. Whoa. What actually doing this digging reveals is a disturbing truth hidden in plain sight. Spanberger and Slotkin are bringing discredited methods, practitioners, and policies for the first time directly from the intelligence world into the political arena. They are doing this with the direct and indirect support of intelligence operators and in service of maintaining the national security state against the pressures of popular politics and public opinion. Oh, what the fuck? This shit hasn't been moving the entire time. My apologies, y'all. That is so fucking annoying. You know I make y'all read along, especially when I struggle. Let's see here. Window capture, location capture. Okay, there we go. Cool. All right. No, not muted, but the screen wasn't moving, wasn't keeping up with it. The political debut of intelligence operatives. From the start of their political career, Spanberger and Slotkin's image have been garlanded with their intelligence services. Huh. I'm liking this. The stream today is garland, a wreath of flowers and leaves worn on the head or hung as decorations. Wow. Both entered politics in 2018, the first national election after President Trump's surprise presidential win, as part of what NBC called a new mission amongst intelligence officers to combat President Trump's refusal to embrace fully the conclusion that Russia interfered in the 2016 election and to restore respect for the agency that gave so much of themselves. Excuse me, my apologies. So, oh shit. Okay. Because they no longer have the ear of the president, they're like, fuck it, we got to get in there and be part of the actual political machine in terms of the quote unquote democratic side of things, not the bureaucratic side. Huh. Yeah, I mean, fuck it. They're like, we actually had to get in there. We have to infiltrate our own government. Gotta love it. In January 2018, when both women were sworn in, the Washington Post ran in its local section a piece on Spanberger and Slotkin headline, "When ex-spies go rogue by becoming lawmakers." Fuck, they're just saying it. Then adapted the story for its gender and identity section, of course, with the headline, "She used to be a spy, now she's a lawmaker." Fuck. Wow. They're just shameless with it. In May 2019, the New York Times reported that Spanberger and Slotkin had joined two newly elected Democratic representatives, women veterans of the Navy and Army, to form the service. Grand Planner's going to join this version of this shit. The Service First Women's Victory Fund. The fund, the Times reported, will raise money for new female Democratic candidates with national security backgrounds. Oh, man. Damn, bro. Fucking white women are just shameless with that shit, huh? Their allegiance to empire should never be questioned. Should never be questioned. Their service to white supremacy, yeah, just fucking wow. It's white feminism. Peak white feminism. Yeah, Grand Planner's gonna start like the male version of this. Can't fucking wait. No, the Democratic Party isn't fascist. Nah, not at all. The Service First Women's Victory Fund. The fund, the Times reported, will raise money for new female Democratic candidates with national security backgrounds in partnership with New Politics, a bipartisan organization that recruits candidates from the military and intelligence community. Because y'all know Grand Planner wasn't an organic pick. Is Grand Planner involved with these foods or no? It's such a generic name though. Organization. Making the case against what?
And you might have.
What was that fucking group? I can't find that shit again. Because sorry, I know this is on the side. I don't think we went over this. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? What are we doing? Grand Planner on breaking points. So he talks about being recruited here. Are they gonna have it? I think they say this. Oh shit! What the fuck? No, it's not that one. Oh, here it is. Okay. All right, so let me allow him to set up the bullshit. Watch this.
The thing that we realized is that as people who've dedicated a lot of time past couple years to organizing in our community, that this is an organizing opportunity. That this is not about just winning a Senate seat. This is about actually injecting, I would say, like the mechanics of on the ground power building around working class issues that I have been waiting for and wishing to God existed my entire life, essentially.
This was a machine gunner in Iraq and Afghanistan. He was like, I wish the working class had better opportunities. I just want to do for the working class what the working class deserves. God damn.
And we didn't go looking for it. It literally showed up at our doorstep.
We didn't go looking for it. It literally showed up on our doorsteps. What do you mean by that? This is not a grassroots movement. This is AstroTurf Democratic bullshit.
But we recognize that if we don't take this, we had this moment of like, do we believe in what we believe? And
to Crystal's question, who was that showed up at the doorstep?
It was a combination of folks. There's some folks I knew from labor, people affiliated with the AFL, and then there was some input from people who had worked on Dan Osborne's campaign, who were the whole kind of project trying to do something similar. So,
interesting. Yeah.
Whenever he gets caught in these kind of moments that reveal that he's full of shit, he's very broad. Oh, some people, union people, AFL, CIO maybe, and then other, but doesn't name any specific people. He was recruited. He was recruited. He was sought out for his talent, for his image, mainly for his voice and looks, right? This is not some organic shit. He was recruited for this. We would call that shit astroturf if it was happening on the right.
Yeah, I heard from people on Dan Osborne's campaign who flagged your campaign for me, so that actually tracks. Yeah.
Graham, I share your sense.
Who flagged your campaign for me? Oh, man, they're all in on it, bro. They're all in on it. Shouldn't you have a background in union organizing or something to champion the working class? You would think, huh? You would think, and just from my limited experience in union organizing, while we do conduct interviews with local politicians for endorsement, and there's like a vetting process and all that I've been very fortunate to be a part of. I don't want to sound like I'm bragging or anything, or just it's so annoying that like all these fucking white leftists, the whole fucking Wonder Bread tube, meet these politicians because they have a large platform, where I've met politicians because I'm doing union fucking organizing. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm getting at? Fuck. Anywho. And look, I want to be very clear. I ain't doing shit, and I'm not doing enough. But just the trajectories are so fucking different when you actually come from the working class. When you actually come from the working class, the way you fucking get to these places, the way you meet these fucking people, so fucking different. So fucking different. Anywho. Yeah, no, like it's just funny that like, oh, that's interesting. I wonder why a union reached out to somebody who's not a union member, and why they didn't do it like in-house. Because there's a lot of union organizers who are meeting with politicians on a regular basis, going to their offices, speaking to them, trying to negotiate, certain language in bills or proposals. You have plenty of those. There's an abundance of them. Not enough, to be honest, not enough. I wish more people were more engaged in their union, but there's plenty of those people. So why reach out to Graham Plattner, who doesn't come from a union organizing background? It's weird. It's suspicious.
That the moment is right for your politics, which of course very much similar to my politics. But like obviously you had that same inkling. What do you think has struck a nerve or hit a chord in Maine? Because I think it's pretty undeniable at this.
And these questions are so fucking pathetically easy. But I wonder what she asked them to.
U.S. Senate, everyone's going to have to hear the labor. And it honestly, for me, I read No Shortcuts by Jane McAlevey a few years ago. And
yeah, anyways. It's funny, he'll mention certain books like this and War's a Racket and all this stuff, but then tell you he doesn't know what a Nazi is. Right. Okay, so he's not part of this group, or at least he has not mentioned this group. One more time, sorry. What organization recruited maybe here? Let's see. No, this is an interview. God damn it, bro. Chat, help me out. If y'all have the ability, the time, what organization fucking AI did it for us? AI fucking did it for us. Great. Let's just fucking grab the whole thing. And actually, it is from this fucking article. Never mind, chat. Let's see. Enter Grand Platinum, 40-year-old oyster farmer and former Marine who served three tours in Iraq and one in Afghanistan. Long shot. Working class. Worked as a bartender in Capitol Hill. Oh, here it is. Mr. Planner said he had been approached in the past to run for local office and had always turned it down. But when a group of labor unions focused on climate issues reached out to him about running for Senate, Mr. Planner found himself open to the idea. The political situation feels like a precipitous. Yeah, like a really? No. I didn't write. Precipice. The politician situation feels like a precipice. It feels like it will go really, really dark, or we have an opportunity to claw something back for working class people. Yeah, but who fucking... Okay, here. Mr. Planner said he was recruited by political organizers who were worried that there was going to be a bad decision made for this race, and they went looking around this state for someone. I am terrified that Democrats are going to squander what could otherwise be a spectacular opportunity. But who the fuck are they? Political organizers. Local labor unions. Who motherfucker name them? He has already attracted some national political operators to work on his campaign. His Hypatone launch video was produced by Maurice Katz, a top advisor to Zohran Mamdani, the Democratic nominee for New York. Senior advisor Joe Cavillo, who previously worked on the campaign of Senator Don Fetterman. But if you make the Fetterman fucking comparisons, yeah, that's not allowed. All right, well, fuck it. Where were we? Spanberger's and Stalkin's identification with intelligence and national security issues has continued over the years. When Spanberger ran in and won her last election in 2022, she received the endorsement of more than 200 retired military leaders and national security officials. From national security leaders for America, including Republicans, Independents, and Democrats. When Slonskin won the election for Senate in 2024, a prominent intelligence analyst named Larry Pfeiffer posted on X. And to think I knew her as the bright young woman helping director John Negroponte in those heady early days of the office of Director of National Intelligence. Hard fought and well deserved win. Do us intel types proud in the US Senate. Fuck. Yo, they're fucking throwing it and bragging it in our faces. I mean, honestly, in our faces. Wow. Absolutely shameless. Absolutely shameless. You gotta fucking love it though. You gotta fucking love it. All right. We got 100 people in the chat today watching the 100 people in the live stream. Y'all should be in the fucking chat. Don't be scared, homies. Do me a favor and go ahead and hit the like if you support empowering women of the intelligence community going into government. Go ahead and hit the like. It helps the channel out. Appreciate you. You know, I loosely planned this shit out, and we are going to take a moment of silence and mourn Dick Cheney, who was vice president. So, according to every rad lib on Wonder Bread Tube, vice presidents are not accountable to the war crimes carried out by the presidency. Vice presidents are innocent victims of circumstances. Kamala Harris was, so is Dick Cheney. So we're going to mourn his death in a little bit, but it's interesting how I was focused on Zohran Mamdani. I wanted to talk about these fucking like CIA operatives inside government, right? Being elected into government. And then we have Dick Cheney to wrap it all together. Gotta love this shit. Where are we? Interviewed this past spring in the New Yorker, Slotkin made clear that being an intel type, first at the CIA and then in the Pentagon, was part of her centrist brand. Oh, okay. You know, committing war crimes and legislating shit behind the scenes. It was just a branding exercise. Knowing where all the black sites are, it's just a branding PR move. Gotta love it. And I appreciate you, Zig, being at work. Gospy lurking. And the panda. What is this? The panda loco? Appreciate y'all. And smoking a pack for Cheney. Goatee, I see you. Appreciate y'all. Thank you so much. Where are we at? The branding exercise. Okay, cool. I ran a big office at the Pentagon. If you had said to me, hey, we've got to make an 8% cut, I know exactly where I'd cut. This idea that there's no fat on the bone is not accurate. But what I cannot subscribe to is the completely reckless way they're going about this. Appreciate it, sweeter than anything, for the super chat. Few phrases great on me as bad as the intelligence community. We wouldn't be safe without them, sweeter than anything. We would not be able to sleep at night if it wasn't for their sacrifice. You know, they're sacrificing their humanity by fucking committing war crimes and torturing people left and right. All right, y'all. Appreciate it so much. Super chats and super stickers are turned on if you want to support the channel. Spanberger, for her part, recently received a $500,000 donation for her gubernatorial run for the left-leaning veterans group. For the left-leaning veterans group. What the fuck am I reading, bro? Spanberger, for her part, received 500,000 donations. Jesus, I'm so... Hold on. What the fuck is going on? What Twilight Zone universe did we cross into? Spanberger, for her part, recently received a $500,000 donation for her gubernatorial run from the left-leaning veterans group Vote Vets, the largest in the group's history based on her CIA service. This earned Spanberger an article in the New York Times, which noted her an interview with the Vote Vets that 600,000 veterans and 120,000 active duty service members live in Virginia. Yo, Virginia is like the new heartland of the white fucking supremacist movement. I guess it's always been, or maybe it's always been the main office. God damn, bro. That is crazy. Just imagine all the no solicitor signs. and what coverage obscures. What this coverage camouflages or conflates. Wow. What the fuck did I say camouflages? What this coverage conflates is more instructive than what it includes. What it conflates is military veterans who carried out commands in places like Iraq. Like Iraq. We're talking about Iraq. I gotta do it. I need to get a soundboard. I need to get a soundboard. I need to get a soundboard. Holy shit. We need to get that soundboard.
It's just I like shoehorning this shit in to the skepticism. I'll have that argument with those people. But if you want to represent them, then I'll have it with you.
Jesus, I was agreeing with you.
Well, I'm sorry. I just like the idea of shoehorning this in. We're talking about Iraq. I got fucking calls from military personnel whose lives were destroyed during that time.
Their lives were destroyed by committing war crimes.
I got fucking calls from military personnel. But if you want to represent them, then I'll have it with you.
Jesus, I was agreeing with you.
Well, I'm sorry. I just like the idea of shoehorning this in. We're talking about Iraq.
What it conflates is military veterans who carried out commands in places like Iraq and Libya with those with whom the commands originate, the intelligence operators. These are people like Elissa Slotkins and Abigail Spanberger, sitting in rooms, sifting through intelligence, then making recommendations to the White House. Slotkins and Spanberger have said as much themselves. When they were interviewed together by the establishment-friendly podcast Lawfare in a segment titled Abigail Spanberger and Elissa Slotkin from CIA to Congress. According to Slotkin, whose CIA focus was Iraq, a lot of CIA analysis helped President Bush decide on his strategy, sometimes with direct briefs from Slotkins and other analysts of the president. Bro, she's bragging about being in the room with fucking Bush and she's running as a Democrat. Wait, Slotkin's running as a Democrat? Yes. What the fuck? I'm telling you, in a fucking decade, you're gonna hear Sam Cedar, you're gonna hear Emma Vigeland, you're gonna hear Hassan Piker. Well, yeah, he worked for ICE. But he didn't kidnap anybody. He was working with ICE trying to figure out who not to kidnap. No. The role of the Democratic nominee in ICE was different. They needed money. They came from a working class background, private school and all, but still they needed the money. In a decade, I promise you would hear Hassan Piker, Sam Cedar, Cal Lindsay, Crystal Ball. You would hear all these people. God forbid they're still around. Wow, bro. According to Slotkin, whose CIA focus was Iraq, a lot of CIA analysis helped President Bush decide on his strategy, sometimes with direct briefs from Slotkin. How are you allowed to be in the Democratic Party with this? How are you allowed to be in the Democratic Party having done this? Well, she changed. It was so long ago. She's different now. For many Americans, including those who voted for President Trump's non-interventionist policies, this record would open a candidate up to skepticism. But in Slotkin's and Spanberger's eyes, it equips them with special skills for governing. Slotkin tells interviewers that she still thinks the same way about solving problems as she did when she worked for the CIA, the National Security Council, and the Defense Department. My job is to identify real threats and go after threats. Bro, this is why I might not be able to take medication. I don't know if I'm going to be able to keep this. I just read that. And you know where my brain went? Look, maybe I can keep this. If I can be guaranteed that I keep this fucking noise running through my head at all times.
What I love most about Man of the People, I have never met people who are...
Hold on. Let's see if it's this one. Here we go.
I did 4 infantry tours in the Marine Corps and the Army. I'm not afraid to name an enemy. And the enemy is the oligarchy. It's the billionaires who pay for it and the politicians who sell us out. And yeah, that means politicians like Susan Collins.
Really fucking cool, bro. What about doing all those tours made you not afraid to name the enemy? You get what I'm saying? He's like, oh, no. I went out there and the enemy, and I'll do it over here, but politically.
I did 4 infantry tours in the Marine Corps and the Army. I'm not afraid to name an enemy. And
that's what I'm saying. Hold on. This is what I was confused about. What is doing 4? And he brags about being in the front lines, infantry.
I did 4 infantry tours in the Marine Corps and the Army.
So I did 4 tours, infantry, in the Marine Corps and the Army. And I'm not afraid to name the enemy. Please tell me how those things are connected. If not promoting and saying like, yeah, no, I went out there and I took care of the enemy. I got to watch my words right now, at least for the month. No, shit. So, wait, hold on. Dude, I don't think I'm going to have to fight that strike. Excuse me, the warning to a strike. That's a long time to have to watch my mouth. This has to be at least 35, not 45, right? Anywho. This always creeped me out.
4 infantry tours in the Marine Corps and the Army. I'm not afraid to name an enemy.
I'm not afraid to name an enemy. Right? Am I mishearing that? I don't know how y'all deal with me. I don't know how y'all deal with me. Thank you so much for being here. Truly, truly appreciate y'all.
Crushing the middle class. I did 4 infantry tours in the Marine Corps and the Army. I'm not afraid to name an enemy.
I'm not afraid to name an enemy. So he's not saying a enemy. An enemy. So because he did 4 tours in Iraq and Afghanistan, because he committed war crimes, he's like, oh, I did that. I'm also not afraid to do this. I took out that enemy, and I'll also take out the enemy at home. That's what this reminded me of. Why? I'm not quite sure. Oh, my job is to identify real threats and go after threats. And I'm not going to spend a ton of time on things that I believe are exaggerated threats. Exaggerated threats. Dumb wars was Obama's thing. Pointless wars is Grant Plattner's thing. Exaggerated threats is, who is this? Is this Lotkins or is this fucking Spanberger? Slotkins. You see the same narrative come through, and they claim to be anti-war. Until you actually listen to their words. Spanberger's television spot began with references to his service at the CIA. We had one mission: to serve and protect America, taking on personal risks to keep our country safe. In Congress, I have the same mission. Her website discusses how she moved from a job understanding the threats facing the United States to addressing the division in our communities she saw at home. Spanberger and Slotkins colleagues share their self-assessment. Spanberger's and Slotkins colleagues share their self-assessment. Last year, when Spanberger went to Quintigo for public sit-down with the director of the Defense Counterintelligence and Surveillance Agency, the agency website reported that Director David Cutler emphasized the significance of having a member of Congress with first-hand experience in the intelligence community. It's great to speak to someone on the Hill, especially a congressperson who has that personal experience with our business. Cutler said, it helps the conversation and gets our message across a bit better. Yo. You know, this is why I can't stand this whole Zog bullshit. One of many reasons. One, it's anti-Semitic. But two, it hides this. It provides cover for this fucking bullshit. Politicians getting the message out on behalf of defense and intelligence operators is not what the founders intend. Oh, okay, fuck off. God damn it. This explains the fucking flag. We were doing so fucking good. And I'm like, well, the flag is kind of backwards. I don't think it should be. Maybe, I don't know. God damn it. God fucking damn it. We can't have nice things on here. This is why they call us fucking haters. This is why we're fucking haters and petty. Because of shit like that. We can't have a nice fucking article. Just providing a lot of good information. God fucking shit. Did I go down too far? What's going on? God damn it. Yeah, all right. Oh, Jesus. Is not what our founders intended. Yeah, you know. God damn it. In fact, it's pretty much the opposite. But even more concerning is the reality of this representation, because representing these operators means empowering the system that's empowering them, national security agencies and weapons and intelligence contractors. Man. Dependents of the intelligence state, the most obvious cases in point, astonishingly, are Spanberger's and Slotkin's husbands. Now, I will not sit here and let you write this sexist shit about their husbands. They are their own person. The most obvious cases in point, astonishingly, there we go, are Spanberger's and Slotkin's husbands. In Slotkin's case, her ex, as well as Slotkin's top donor. When he is not actively involved in his wife's campaign, Adam Spanberger is lead software engineer in L3 Harris Technologies. L3 Harris is a 130-year-old defense contracting company operating out of Northern Virginia and a heavy political donor to a bipartisan roster of incumbent establishment-friendly politicians, including top contributor in 2022 and 2024 to Alyssa Slotkin. A 130-year-old defense contracting company. Holy fucking shit. Do you just imagine the fucking flood of blood running in the fucking halls of that building? Imagine just having to get into that. You have to put in that fucking like river fishing. Those pants to just wade through the fucking blood, skull and bones, the corpse littering that office space. God damn. 130 years of just fucking war crimes, atrocities. Boom, boom, boom. 130 years. Yo, if fucking demons exist, you know that's one of their fucking gates. You know, one of the gates to hell is in that fucking office space. And Dave Moore, whom Slotkin recently divorced, is on the payroll of Emissary LLC, a management consulting group through which he works for the Department of Defense. Tellingly, this information was not included in his tax returns. Oh, yeah. After 2020 until reporters unearthed it, at which point he amended the returns. Fuck. Fucking white people shit, man. They do not give a fuck. Then there is Jerry Hollister, a top donor to Slotkin's campaign, and in the immediate aftermath of her divorce, her landlord. Ooh, what the fuck is happening? Okay, this is fuck the Zohran Mamdani movie. I want to see this movie. What the fuck? There's some like burn after reading shit right here. Hollister is the chief operating officer and director of the government relations at Neowave Inc., a Lansing-based pharmaceutical company with contracts with the federal government. This includes contracts with weapons providers, including Boeing, to deliver products to the Pentagon. But these are not the only players heavily invested in Spanberger's and Slotkin's rise. Among the corporate donors that Restoration News revealed to be funding Spanberger's gubernatorial campaign is David C. Frederick. Frederick works at the elite boutique law firm Keller, Hazen, Todd, Fiegel, Friedrich, Keller, Hansen. So, Jesus, wait, what? Friedrich. Keller Hansig is a former employer, as Restoration News has reported to James Boasberg, the presiding judge of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court, whose ruling have discouraged government transparency in the in deference to the CIA. What's more, Keller Hansen is currently arguing in front of Boasberg in federal court on behalf of Meta, which has Pentagon and CIA contracts, and Keller Hansen has fed the CIA its chief legal counsel. Fuck. Hold on. It's things that sound like too Hollywood to be true. And this is what's so frustrating. This is what I mean when I say they don't need to be in dark rooms to make conspiracies. They literally need to get fucking brunch. All they need to do is get brunch. Oh, we're so fucked, bro. And what I mean by that is by going through the normal channels and playing the fucking game, we're so fucked. We're over here celebrating Zohran Mamdani. We're over here mourning Dick Cheney's untimely passing. And these fools are grabbing brunch. These fools are getting married and divorced and becoming each other's landlords. And making sure the fucking death war machine rolls on through. Wow. Stop, David. Stop. There's no fucking way. There's no way they celebrated. There's no way the majority report celebrated Spanberger's victory. Stop, bro. Stop. Fuck anyone not saying that these fools are white supremacists. If she had fucking white people, if she had fucking Europeans in those black sites, you think they'd be supporting her? Fuck no. This whole fucking sentence, this whole fucking paragraph, right here, is just the tip of the fucking iceberg. Just fucking it. Equally connected, the national security apparatus is new politics. Equally connected to the national security apparatus is new politics. The fund, the New York Times reported, is backing Spanberger and Slotkin. One of the new politics top donors is the hedge fund Baupost Group, whose founder and CEO funds nonprofits which encourage intervention abroad. Another is Amos B. Hossiter, the founder of Continental Cablevision, who has also donated extensively to the Lincoln Project, the moderate Republican anti-Trump group, which supports interventionist policies abroad. Hossiter is also a donor to Vote Vets. Let me see something here. What the fuck? God damn it. Oh, no. Let's see here. Okay, sorry. The Lincoln Project, okay, yeah. Hossiter is also a donor to Vote Vets, the other organization the Times reported backing Spanberger, and so is David Desjardins, the founder, DJ Veterans, an influential consulting development firm who made his name and career as one of the first 20 engineers at Google, which has contracts with the CIA and Pentagon. Then finally, there are the national security links of two top Slotkin donors. One is the elite law firm Wilmer Hale, which is, as Restoration News has reported in the past, is a top haven for Democratic national security officials. The other, the University of Michigan, is from Stockton State of Michigan, but also has heavy ties to the defense industry. Indeed, since 1960s, it has been a hub of national security, a Pentagon Midwest thanks to heavy funding for defense and intelligence research. Yeah, a lot of these fucking universities, bro, a lot of these universities are just like covers for the fucking deep state. Wow. David Barnes, she was given a speech and Emma audibly out loud said, "Hell yeah." I don't know if I have enough hate in my heart for these for Wonder Bread Tube. I don't know. I don't know if I'm capable to hate them as much as I do. No, David Barnes, I appreciate it. Like, I appreciate you. I appreciate anyone sending me like clips of Wonder Bread Tube of these white leftists just normalizing war criminals after war criminals. Like, I truly do appreciate it. But it's also kind of like, it's hard for me to keep up in general with that. With the editing stuff that I'm doing, with the union stuff that I do, with work. It's just, a lot of it's like, fuck, I'm trying to organize things in such a way that I'm more on top of things. I'm about to start my quote unquote vacation. My plans kind of got canceled because I forgot that my fucking passport expired. And whatever. So I'm like, all right, I'm going to use this time not to spend more money, not to get further into debt, but to actually like organize myself. We're on November 5th. My calendar still says October. So little things like that, like I should be on top of to just be better, more functioning. And it's difficult for me to be organized, to be functioning, to be on top of things. Y'all probably know why at this point. You've all diagnosed me, but I'm still very hesitant and, to be honest, afraid of actually kind of like reaching out to a doctor and being like, hey, like, do I have something going on here? Was I given a little bit of extra chemical X? Is that what's happening? All right, how much more do we have of this? Because it's a lot. The real aim, the policies it promotes, the wider defense intelligence play, dependent of intelligence states. Okay, I think we're here though, right? Yeah, okay, we're here. So we just have 2 more. Are we liking this? I'm liking this. We have 3 more. Fuck it. Whatever. We're gonna get through it. We're gonna get through it. We're still going. It's still fun, right, chat? It's still fun. We're so good. We're doing a lot of reading. The last couple of streams we've been doing a lot of watching. We're doing a lot of reading now. All right. 30 on vacation. I had to take my vacation. We don't have an option not to. Yeah. Believe me, I don't want to because it's technically a pay cut. So where I work, I don't want to get into details of it, but basically if we're not on location, we get our base pay. Whereas if I'm on location, yeah, anyway, so I'm going to actually be I'm literally going to be losing money on vacation. Yeah. Wow. All right. The wider defense intelligence play. These mutually beneficial relationships exist in a wider context of defense and intelligence players, most of whom are connected to each other. Instructive in this regard is Slotkin's election night intelligence cheerleader, Larry Pfeiffer, one of the 51 signatories of the now famous Spies Who Lie letter in 2020, casting unwarranted doubt on the veracity of linking the Biden family to suspected private deals with Ukraine and China. Pfeiffer is a national security lifer. In his career, is a literal roadmap of how the military-industrial intelligence complex works. What does he look like? Just in case you run into him on the street. And you can say you could thank him for his service. Oh yeah, he does. He does look like he would. I need y'all to understand. This is all publicly available. I need you to understand that this is the face of fucking evil. And he's proud of it. Fucking A. Let's see here. Did I just let me see. Okay, it's fine. Before serving as chief staff at the CIA, Pfeiffer worked at the Office of Directors of National Intelligence under longtime intelligence operative and Elisa Slotkin's former superior, John Negroponte. He then went to work for the ex-Department of Homeland Security Director, Michael Chertoff, at the private security contracting firm, Chertoff Group, whose clients include the Supreme Court and the Defense Department. Based on his resume, Pfeiffer joined the boards of two weapons and security contractors, ZP and Valiant. He also became the director of the Michael V. Hayden Center for Intelligence, Policy, and National Security at George Mason University, a center named for and founded by the former head of the NSA and CIA and other signatory on the Spies Who Lie letter, Michael Hayden. Jesus Christ. Are y'all feeling the way I'm feeling? I'm sorry if I'm over here being a baby. I'm sorry if I'm over here like just throwing a tantrum, I guess. But it's just kind of like, what the fuck? We're supposed to reform the Democratic Party that is promoting these fucking people. Jesus. Additionally, Pfeiffer contributes to Lawfare, the national security-focused media nonprofit where Spanberger and Slotkin were interviewed in an event co-sponsored by the Michael V. Hayden Center for Intelligence, Policy, and National Security. Lawfare, in turn, was founded by Benjamin Wittes, who has been called the Bard of the Deep State thanks to his Washington connections, and has come to Spanberger's political defense in the past, investigating what it called government involvement in a Republican information campaign run against her in 2018. This is a small world, the smallness of which is illustrated by a single, not unusual, evening in 2019, when its denizens came together, creating a microcosm of their connection and dependencies. Michael Hayden, Pfeiffer's current employer and principal at the Chertoff Group, and the principal at the Chertoff Group where Pfeiffer worked, received 2019's William H. Webster Award, named after the former FBI and CIA director, at the Spy Museum of Washington, D.C., which often partners on events with Benjamin Wittes' Lawfare. This award ceremony was attended by, among others, Abigail Spanberger, who served in the CIA with Hayden, directed it. Michael Chertoff, Elisa Slotkin's former DHS superior, John Negroponte, and the evening's MC, CNN's Wolf Blitzer. But we don't have state-owned media, but we don't have state-owned media. We have independent media. We're not like the Soviets. Do you understand the level of conspiracy that would have to occur for the media to be working in cahoots with the fucking State Department? That's ridiculous. Somebody would blow the whistle. Fucking shit. Yeah, Thorvio, you're right. Bro, you better get that board and red strings. I mean, just right now they'd be looping. They'd be looping against each other. Oh my god. And I don't know how y'all are feeling right now. But like, how is this? What more does the Democratic Party have to do for us to be like, we're done with it? And I mean, we are, before Democrats to be done with it. What more do they need to do? That's what I'm struggling to understand. What more does the Democratic Party need to do to just say like, nah, fuck this shit. Like, we can't align with this. And this is what we say when we're like, well, the Democratic Party and the Republicans are one and the same. And people are like, you're telling me that they wouldn't have any policy differences? You're telling me that they're like, trans people are targeted just the same as this? And it's like, what I'm getting at is that fundamentally, and it's all war profiteering. It's all for fucking capital. It's all for fucking for the fucking state to grow richer and more powerful. Clearly, motherfuckers. Clearly. All right. Where are we here? God damn, bro. And Wolf Blitzer, was involved with what Zionist organization was it? Where he worked as a what was it called? Pace Zionist news outlet. What is oh, this is what it was. From The Intercept, Wolf Blitzer cuts his teeth doing journalism for AIPAC-linked propaganda outlets. Blitzer edited 2 magazines run by AIPAC founders that took hardline pro-Israel stance, like supporting Israeli settlements in the occupied territories. Where are we at? These days, Wolf Blitzer is famous as a primetime anchor on CNN's The Situation Room. Decades ago, however, when Blitzer was far less known, the founder and longtime director of the controversial America-Israel Public Affairs Committee, or AIPAC, said that he and Blitzer had a very close and intimate friendship. The pro-Israel lobbyist called Blitzer one of my proteges. The relationship apparently led Blitzer to, early in his career, work simultaneously as a journalist and an advocate doing what amounted to propaganda. By the standards of today's journalism ethics, the 2 jobs would raise serious questions. One of the jobs during the 1970s was Washington correspondent for the Journalism Post, an independent newspaper in Israel. The other was editing publications that were joined at the hip with AIPAC. The Israeli government reportedly used Blitzer's 2 hats to launch a stealth attack on Brearia, an American Jewish group that had recently gained fame for criticizing Israel's mistreatment of Palestinians. Brearia folded soon after. One historian has linked its demise to AIPAC's subsequent pressure to quash critical American discussions about Israel's policy. Blitzer's dual role suggests that he helped to stifle the conversation. All conspiracy theories, though. All conspiracy theories, though. Fucking the evening sponsors included Beacon Global Strategy, an influential Washington intelligence consultancy, and In-Q-Tel. In-Q-Tel, the CIA's technological investment arm, which has made a fortune in Ukraine on drones during the conflict there. In one light, this is a stodgy commemorative affair. On the other, it's a roadmap of how Washington works. From Hayden and Negroponte, who seeded the careers of Pfeiffer and Slotkins and Spanberger, to their media supporters, CNN Blitzer, who publicized the Spies Who Lie letter, to their ultimate backers, Beacon and In-Q-Tel, and other weapons and intelligence contractors, which make Washington run off endless intervention and war. God damn, this other than that one sentence, this is not what the founders intended. Other than that fucking bullshit, this might be one of my favorite like articles that I've read on stream. And we got two more. Okay, we got two more. Thank you all so much for sticking around through this, through my struggling to like pronounce. I don't struggle to mispronounce, I struggle to pronounce. Apparently, and I don't know this, people that may or may not have my condition, like, don't slow down their thinking to speak, I guess. I don't know. I've always stuttered a little bit. I've always had to like catch myself as I'm saying something. It doesn't help that technically my first language is Spanish, but here we are. All right. The policies it promotes. These are some of the people and institutions that made Spanberger's and Slotkin's career and to whom they're loyal. Since they've been in office, Spanberger and Slotkin have made their legislative names as members of what political calls a gang of national security Democrats. There is no fucking left in American politics. There is no fucking left in American politics. And what The Atlantic, the premier magazine of bipartisan establishment in Washington, calls Democrats patriotic vanguard. Aside from emphasizing the divisive cultural issues that are manna to identity, pot liquor Democrat. Wait. Hold on. Aside from emphasizing the divisive cultural issues that are manna to identity politicker Democrats, they mostly focus on a series of bipartisan political priorities related to national security. These include election security, humane processing of illegal immigrants, information sharing between government agencies, and combating China's influence on college campus. What? Hold on, we're there? We're there where we're combating China's influence on college campuses? What the fuck, bro? Wow. All of these certainly garner some Republican support, but all of them also increase the power of Washington's security and corporate apparatus. Indeed, a closer read of the bills introduced by Slotkin and Spanberger suggests that they strategically ally with Republicans not to increase security and transparency, but to increase defense and intelligence authority in ways that benefit their backers. No. You see, we just got to vote for more Democrats. No. The solution here is that we have to vote for more Democrats. That's the solution. The Democratic Party is not powerful enough. One example is Slotkin's Synthetic Biology and Active Pharmaceutical Ingredients Act, which jumps on the practical necessity, first raised by Trump, of manufacturing more pharmaceuticals in America. Which is yeah, this is legitimate. You never know when another global pandemic is going to happen, and we should have this in-house. We have the capabilities and technology to do this. Okay, we're good. We're on board. We're on board here. We're on board. All right. This is the kind of bill that directly benefits firms like Novia, Spanberger, and given that she introduced the legislation, she has enormous discretion to write it in ways that will help contracts flow to these entrenched interests. And that's why we should nationalize the pharmaceutical industry. That's why we should. What is the purpose, the goal of the pharmaceutical industry aside from profiteering, right? To provide us with fucking pharmaceuticals that will aid and help us. It's that simple. It's that fucking simple. We don't need to complicate it. In our health needs. Boom. When it's not nationalized, then it's for profit, meaning that while they could be investing on research in pharmaceuticals that can help people, if they're not profitable, they're not going to use them. Or they will find ways to make them profitable, which screws us over. Nationalize the pharmaceutical industry. I mean, everything. But right now, we're specifically talking about this. So nationalize the pharmaceutical industry. And that's how you solve this fucking issue here. Another is one Slotkin co-sponsored. Another is one Slotkin co-sponsored with Spanberger. Integrating new technologies to empower law enforcement at our Borders Act. Holy shit. We're gonna have to read that one another time, but I want to read that one like head to toe, bro. Co-sponsors. There's Slotkins right there. Okay, but how do you actually hold on? HR 6794. A bill to require the Department of Homeland Security to develop a comprehensive plan to identify, deploy, and integrate emerging technologies to achieve greater situational awareness along the northern and southern border of the United States. Huh. Congress finds the following. 1. Our border security is directly tied to our national security. U.S. Customs and Border Protection faces a daunting challenge in maintaining situational awareness along the United States northern and southern borders. The United States northern border is the longest common non-militarized border between two countries. We gotta fear the Canadians, eh? The United States southern border is nearly 2,000 miles long, stretching across rugged and varied terrain. Emerging technologies present an opportunity to reduce current strain on manpower while empowering situational awareness along the northern and southern borders. U.S. Customs and Border Protection is currently testing a number of emerging technologies program that will improve situational awareness along the northern and southern borders. Successfully integrating these technologies into a layered border defense requires a strategic plan for transitioning new programs from the testing and development stage to a wide-scale implementation along both the northern and southern borders. Damn, bro. That is Also, I love the fact that I'm like, we're going to read this later, and then I start reading it. I'm fucking stupid sometimes, y'all. It's too fucking funny. Yeah, I mean, I saved this, so fuck it. We'll read it some other time. But I do want to get into the habit. And look, shout out to our Peruvian primo, Pisco. He'll like read shit like this. There's only 6 pages too. What the fuck? Oh, wait, what? Oh, this is it? Oh, we're finishing it. Hold on. We're finishing it. Hold on. Let's see. Section 3, comprehensive plan to achieve greater situational awareness along the northern border and southern borders of the United States. In general, let's see here. right there. Not later than 180 days after the date of enactment of this act, the Secretary of Homeland Security shall develop and submit to the Committee on Homeland Security of the House of Representatives and the Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs of the Senate a plan to identify, deploy, and integrate emerging and advancing technologies such as artificial intelligence. All right. Machine learning, automation, fiber optics, sensing technology and nanotechnology, optical and cognitive radar, modeling, and simulation technology. Jesus. Hyperspectral and LIDAR sensors, imaging, identification, and categorization systems, and other similar emerging and advancing technologies to achieve greater situational awareness along the northern and southern border of the United States between ports of entry. Contents. The plan required under subsection A shall include the following. An assessment of the U.S. Customs and Border Protection is currently utilizing emerging and advanced technologies referred to in such subjects to achieve situational awareness along the northern and southern border of the United States. An assessment of how border security capability gaps can be addressed through the integration of development of such technologies. Costs, estimates for the acquisition and maintenance, as the case may be, of technologies referred to in such subsections. Metrics to measure how technologies referred to in such subsections will assist in supporting CPP's mission. An assessment of how metrics referred to in paragraph 4 can be issued to facilitate improvements in situational awareness at the northern and southern border of the United States. We're almost there. We're almost there. Actually, we're not almost there. It's kind of a lot of bullshit. Okay. Technologies will support the improvement of multi-domain awareness capabilities. Could assist improving situational awareness. Now technologies can be utilized. Technologies referred to in such subsection and whether or not additional or alternative authorities are needed. An explanation of how CBP plans to scale existing programs related to emerging and advanced technologies and efficiently transition new technology systems into programs of record. A lot of assessments over here. Information relating to how CBP is coordinating with the Department of Homeland Security Science and Technologies Directorate to research and develop new technologies to meet mission needs and address gaps in situational awareness. Incentivize the private sector to develop technologies that will help meet mission needs to address gaps in situational awareness. In this section, the term situational awareness has the meaning given such term in situation 1092A of National Defense Authorization Act, which is this, of fiscal year 2017. Hold on, y'all. My apologies, but I know it comes out pretty repetitive. Wait, what the fuck? Bad Empanadas video about me? Yeah, right. Actually, I don't care about that right now. He calls you American? Homie. I'm about to be on vacation. I can make a quick trip to fucking Argentina, cabrones. Hey, I'm glad that he calls me American. I'm glad that he calls me American. Because I've been called a whole lot of other things. No, I need fiscal year 2017. This 2016. Okay, I'm getting distracted. We got to finish this. Yeah, I'll go over it. Fuck it. Dude, I'm so hungry and jittery. So I ran out of like I'm big on granola and I'm big on on nuts. Cashews, almonds, pumpkin, what's not cashew, what's the other one? The one that looks like a brain. What's the peanut that looks like a brain? Yeah, here you go. Walnuts, Jesus. But they're expensive, right? So I normally don't get to buy them that often. And when I put them in my oatmeal, like I like fucking weigh that shit and I like cut them, pull out my razor and cut them in lines. But I ran out of all that shit, and I'm like, so my oatmeal now is just fucking super basic. So I'm used to the actual oatmeal itself being like small quantities and just like with all the collective nuts helping like fill me up. And normally that's what I have for breakfast. I'm huge. I don't do overnight oats because it feels like I'm just eating cereal at that point, and I like the warmth. Like a warm belly in the morning is fucking great. And so because of that, I'm still used to making the same amount of oatmeal when I should be making more oatmeal since I don't have toppings. So I had a small breakfast. I'm already hungry, which is weird to me to be hungry at this point. But I've been drinking cold brew like nonstop because I do. That's what I do. And so, but now I'm feeling the shakes of it, and I'm like, oh, okay. I feel like I'm talking faster and not stumbling on my words as much, but I could be wrong. Point is, I need to go get nuts. And I always love that line from what is it? You and me, baby, we are nothing but mammals. So let's do it how they do in the Discovery Channel. It's like, put your hands down my pants, and I bet you feel right. Whenever I'm like grabbing nuts, like I'm always singing that song to myself. Like, but like I'm scooping them into the bag. I'm just like, put your hands down my pants. Bet you'll feel. Bloodhound gang. Bloodhound gang. All right. All right. Let's go. Which I love the name of this. Integrating new technologies to empower law enforcement at our border act, which requires the Department of Homeland Security to identify and deploy emerging and advancing technologies. All right, we read all this, so this is dope. At the southern border. Cool. This is a bill, again, that jumps on a problem President Trump identified, illegal border crossings. But it does this solely to focus on technological fixes that involve contracts with major weapons and technology providers working in fields that a wide array of observers have expressed concerns about empowering sans oversight. Sans? The fuck? Yeah, stop. No, stop. What the fuck? How is this a real word? Without oversight. Wait, what? No, okay. I'm refusing to accept this sentence here. Help me out here. But it does this solely to focus on technological fixes that involve contracts with major weapons and technology providers working in fields that a wide array of observers have expressed concern about empowering sans oversight. Motherfucker, you could have just put without. Stop. Okay, this is at least an easy Scrabble if you need points. Yeah. I haven't gotten a strike. I got a warning. And I think I'm gonna fight it or if I still can. PlayStation. Sans is a French word like scene in Spanish. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. All right. So I missed what the context of that sentence was because I was stuck on that word. This bill again jumps on a problem President Trump identified: illegal border crossing, but it does this solely to focus on technological fixes that involve contracts with major weapons and technology providers working in fields that a wide array of observers have expressed concerns about empowering sans oversight. So you see how they're tailing Trump, which the Democratic Party always tails the Republican Party. The real aim of Spanberger's lock-ins op. So this is it. This is the last paragraph. All right, we made it. We made it. Right? Yes. All right, chat. Thank you so much for sticking around through my attempt to read the English language and apparently some fucking French words as well. I appreciate y'all so much for supporting the channel and putting up with me. The real aim of Spanberger's lock-ins op. Tellingly, when it comes to those people who openly challenge intelligence priorities, both Spanberger and lock-ins are vocally opposed. Just 2 months ago, both used their intelligence service as rhetorical cudgels against Tulsi Gabbard before the Senate vote to confirm her. I mean, this is some fucking... I don't know. I mean, this is some fucking deep state on deep state. That's some spy on spy shit, right? Tulsi was part of fucking AFRICOM recently. Like, let's stop. What do we... Okay, hold on. Is it this one? Well, that's 2 days ago. I know she went on a trip recently about it. Oh, this was the pose, maybe? Fucking idiot. This past Independence Day had special significance for me while I was deployed to the Horn of Africa working as a civil affairs officer in support of a special operation mission to go after Al-Qaeda affiliated jihadists. I was promoted to lieutenant colonel on the 4th of July. The ceremony was quiet and informal. No fanfare, just a handful of fellow soldiers present and an opportunity for me to reflect on the great privilege I feel in wearing the cloth of this country. A deep appreciation for the freedoms we cherish and the solemn oath to defend those freedoms that have committed my life to. #freedom. Jesus. The Horn of Africa. All right. As a former CIA case officer, I saw the men and women in the U.S. intelligence community put their lives on the line every day for this country. And I am appalled at the nomination of Tulsi Gabbard to lead DNI. Spanberger wrote, going on to label Gabbard an ill-prepared and unqualified nominee who traffics in conspiracy theories and cozies up to dictators like Bashar al-Assad and Vladimir Putin. The fact that Spanberger, who was no longer in Congress at the time of the nomination and was in fact running for governor of Virginia, felt the imperative and the right to speak up about Gabbard shows just how seriously she takes her intelligence service, and the power of the agency she worked for. Gabbard, it's worth noting, is a military veteran who served in the wars the CIA helped create and has been on record opposing the interventionist and surveillance capacities of the intelligence agency. No, stop buying this shit. Like, you know, MGT, Marjorie fucking Taylor Greene, or MTG, whatever the fuck they call her, is like on The View and doing all this shit. AOC came out to like give the tea about why she's doing this turn. I'm like, stop believing these fucking people, bro. Stop. But my same frustration that people that believe the Tulsi Gabbards and the Marjorie Taylor Greene, I have the same frustration for those that believe in Bernie Sanders, that believe in AOC. Sure, one promises to deliver more for those of us within the belly of the beast, but you know, at what price? Genocide last time. What'll be the next fucking price? As DNI, she has been working to rein in unaccountable intelligence operatives and to push against nuclear proliferation, the ultimate outgrowth of the system of perpetual war that drives military corporate aggrandizement. This oversight is what Spanberger and Slotkin most adamantly reject. A coming Restoration News report will show that their opposition has a long history. This report will show that since the 1950s, intelligence agencies have preempted political oversight by infiltrating powerful Washington and Washington-adjacent institutions, corporations, and consultancies, media, academia. Now, with their authority under threat, the agencies have the benefit of two ex-agents. They're not ex-agents. Wait, hold on. They're not ex-agents. They might not be on the payroll, but they're still working for the fucking intelligence. Fucking shit. Stop. Two ex-agents working as powerful politicians. Only the second and the third ex-agents to take this path in its history, that we know of. Intelligence operatives in the Congress and the governorship who want intelligence operatives to run the country. Well, yeah, I mean, fuck it. I guess it's okay when it's like somebody in the artillery. I guess that's fine, but I guess this is fine too, right? Plattner's pants are getting chill, bro. All right, somebody mentioned that the Australian Argentinian yeah, I'm not seeing anything. I'm assuming it's alive, maybe. Oh, that's hilarious. And he put it on the members. On their members first. Look, I'm going to start like having members, right? But the videos I'm going to post under the membership is going to be stupid fucking shit that like means nothing, right? Like, for example, if I had the membership thing turned on, I would probably drop a review of After the Hunt, which After the Hunt. Which when I found out that this cast was this cast, I was like, yo, like I gotta watch this. I gotta watch this shit. But I don't watch trailers, so I had no idea what it was about. And I was like, I love going into movies like blind. And this cast was just fucking amazing, right? Okay, and especially Michael Stolberg, who was great in Call Me By Your Name. Just an absolute sweetheart. Spoiler, he's a fucking asshole in this, and I think he steals every scene he's in. There's especially a kitchen scene that he just fucking had me dying. And to do that, to be a scene stealer in a movie with this fucking cast. And I know Ayo is still kind of young in her career in terms of being on big screen, especially. But I mean, she's fucking hilarious and just has great dramatic skills. And Julia Roberts, it doesn't get fucking more prestigious than that. Andrew Garfield's just been killing it fucking forever. Those Amazing Spider-Man films had no reason to be that good other than his, ability to act and his chemistry with Emma Stone. But man, like, yeah, Michael was great in this. And I can't wait to rewatch A Serious Man. If you haven't seen it yet, it's a Coen Brothers movie. And for the first like 30 to 45 minutes of this movie, it was miserable. It was like absolutely miserable. But I'm like, it's the Coen Brothers. I grew up on Dumb and Dumber. I got to stick through this. There's got to be something here. And then after that, like 30 to 45 minute mark, it hit me. Like I got it. I understood what was being presented to me and why I was so frustrated. And I was just like, fuck, I love this movie. I love this movie. It's so fucking good. And he's just so amazing in that, and his range is. So my point is, this is what I would put behind a membership, like membership shit. This is it. That's what I would do. But I mean, this just confirms what I thought about this fool. This just confirms what I thought about him. He groveled for Hassan Piker. He groveled for Hassan Piker. He had the opportunity to fucking tell him to his face that he's an opportunist, that he's a fucking Zionist collaborator. And he just groveled to him. And it's fucking hilarious. And this is what these fucking white people do. I haven't seen it yet. It's 23 minutes. 23 minutes. And on your live, you have like how many times more than subscribers than me? Your other channel, it's even, 200K more than I do. But whenever white people, especially white leftists, immediately start accusing you of identity politics, they're already confirming to you that they don't value, race as a topic of conversation, right? They're already letting you know that okay. They'll already be letting you know that they're class reductionists at best. So the feeling that I was getting about him, and the reason why I was always suspicious, where I'm like, wait, you're a white Australian that goes to Argentina. That's fucking weird. It's just been confirmed. Has just been confirmed. And I do consider Bad Empanada part of Wonder Bread too. I do. He's a white leftist profiting off of the suffering and colonization of others. He has literally no skin on the game. No skin in the game. So yeah, well, fuck it. I want to look, in fact, I'll skip this to talk about this because I'm just an American concerned about identity issues, identity politics. So it's perfect fucking timing, Bad Empanada. Thank you so much, because we're going to be reading Tommy J. Curry. America's embracing of fascism began with his killing of black men. And you know what? I might disagree with this. Because I would say that indigenous and native people. Well, let's see. But yeah, no, for Bad Empanada, cabrón, te digo eso en directo. Dime dónde y cuándo y voy a Argentina. Y a ver si tú, los pinches racistas allá, no me agarran primero, pero ahí andamos. Tú dime, güey. Tú dime cuándo y dónde. Y ahí estoy. All right. Tommy J. Curry. America's embracing of fascism began with his killing of black men. All right. Where are we at? When the death of black men became ordinary, fascism became possible. Oh, yeah. No, thank you, Joshua, so much. Be careful with Curry. He's not a revolutionary, and his analysis suffers from it. Oh, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of shortcomings in terms of Tommy Curry, the individual. But I do think that, this is why I don't fuck with these fucking white leftists. Bad Empanada included, Hassan Piker, Sam Cedar, Ryan Graham, all these people. There's a lack of self-reflection that white men have, specifically white women as well, all right? There's no self-reflection. There's no self-analysis. Because everything's been provided to them. They've always been correct. They're always the smartest people in the room. They're always the loudest. You always got to hear them speak. And so, but when it comes to us, especially those of us that aren't black, we have to, if we claim to be on the left, be hypercritical of ourselves and our anti-blackness, because we have, been conditioned, socialized, and even like unconsciously accepted anti-blackness as truth, as reality, as honest, as legitimate. And when there's issues, especially like personal issues, it is too easy for us to immediately grasp onto anti-black racism instead of the reality that this is an interpersonal issue with a person, regardless of their identity, right? And so the work to combat anti-blackness within ourselves has to be consistent and it has to be proactive. And I think what Dr. Tommy Curry provides in highlighting the discrimination and the erasure that black men face, like that they're targeted specifically for being black men. We have to like do the work to understand this in order to combat anti-blackness. This is part of it. This is part of it. So while I understand and I hear the criticism against Dr. Tommy Curry, I think that what he provides and black male studies, what it provides is more crucial and more significant and more necessary to become part of the left than whatever shortcomings he personally may have or whatever stigma black male studies has unfairly, in my opinion, been attached to. Because I've seen too often that the whole manosphere red pill bullshit is associated with the black male studies, when I don't think that's fair. Just because some opportunists weaponize the information that you've provided, the knowledge that you're sharing, does not mean that you are putting that out there for the purpose of it to be misconstrued, manipulated against usually black women. You're going to have opportunists trying to manipulate, people's work everywhere all the time. That should not be a strike against the work that Dr. Tommy Curry is providing. So, I'm just fucking a brown dude. You know what I mean? Excuse me. But I hope I'm getting my point across, in the sense that just the amount of anti-blackness that I've seen in the brown community, and the way that Afro-Latinos are just completely erased unless they're being weaponized or they're being celebrated, just as long as they're not pro-black. And just as long as they're not pro-black. As long as they're pro-Latino, it's fine. But if they're pro-black, then it's an issue. So when somebody, like a white person, a white leftist, like Bad Empanada calls me like, apparently like identity politics American or whatever, I take it as a compliment because it goes to show that I'm trying to do the work of combating that internalized anti-blackness, anti-indigeneity that we, normalize too much. Toribio, I mean, when Bad Empanada kept calling that guy a, quote, house slave for no reason. Jesus fucking Christ, man. I mean, who else is, honestly, like, I want to know who else is highlighting the specific struggle and targeting that black men are facing. That's perfect. You're right. You're so fucking right. Let me pull that up real quick before we read that article. And just for Bad Empanada himself, I'm sure he fucking hates Dr. Horn. All these fucking white leftists do. It makes them uncomfortable. Why is the dome? You already know. If you haven't already, please subscribe to Why is the Dome TV. Providing all the great, like, fucking amazing interviews. Why is the Dome TV and Millennials Are Killing Capitalism? What are you doing? You gotta be watching both. Subscribe, please subscribe to Why is the Dome TV. Nothing highlights to me how unfair this fucking algorithm game is on here. Then, come on, like, it's just everyone should know Why is the Dome TV. But Wonder Bread too, the white left, they get all the fucking attention. So There you go. Where are we at?
Confirms that.
Hold on, let me look at the transcript real quick. I love going to this conversation. Where are we at? Let's see here. There we go.
November 10th, 2024. There's an article by the writer Thomas Frank. You may know him as the author of the book, What's the Matter with Kansas? He's considered a man of the left. And yet he says that when he went to an exhibit in Washington, D.C. a few months ago and saw that on one of the exhibits was appended the phrase settler colonialism, to which he apparently objected, he knew that Mr. Trump would win because that would alienate many settlers.
That would hurt Bad Empanada's feelings. That would hurt the white left's feelings. Their fucking fifis can't handle the reality.
Who happened to be the majority. And so this was telling for a number of reasons. One, he's a person of the left, a person you would think would have some sensitivity or at least some sense. And then secondly, he inferentially confirms that people can't handle the truth. I mean,
right.
By people, he means these sensitive ass white people.
Native Americans originally controlled this land in North America. At a certain point, there was a European invasion where they took the land, liquidated the indigenous, and then brought in free African labor, enslaved labor, to help make them wealthy. Now, we're not supposed to say that because it makes the settlers uncomfortable. It makes little Johnny and little Jennifer feel badly about themselves. And so, therefore, we can't not deal with truth. And if you can't deal with truth, that means you can't deal with reality. But I think that we must deal with truth. We must deal with reality. And I would say further that...
But white people have never been able to deal with reality. Because the reality is you're the baddies. And not the good kind of baddies. You're the baddies. You're the fucking problem. You're the fucking issue. But that's just identity politics, right?
I'm very disappointed with part of the aftermath of this election. You might have seen the comment by Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont, quote, Democratic Socialists, so-called, where he said the problem was there's too much focus on identity politics and not enough on class. Now, first of all, I'm not sure what this term identity politics means. I hear it all the time.
What does it mean? What does it mean? Can somebody explain to us, or specifically, Bad Empanada, can you explain, since you paywalled like a fucking coward, you put your fucking, you're running your mouth and you put it behind a paywall. Can you explain to us what identity politics means? Great wise man, great white wise man. Let's be honest. Let's not forget that he's a white man. American identity politics man. I mean, at least he considers me a man. I guess that's credit to him. Credit to him, you know? Attacked by, bro, it's so fucking funny. They see a fucking brown person. They see a brown person and immediately they're like, I'm being attacked. I'm being attacked. They see a brown person calling them out and immediately they're like, I'm being attacked. There's a reason why you went to Argentina, cabrón. There's a reason why you went to Argentina. Homie couldn't afford to live in Hawaii. Couldn't afford to live in a... to colonize some other place. Dr. Horn, please, please. Let us know.
Not enough class. Now, first of all, I'm not sure what this term identity politics means. I hear it all the time.
Please tell us.
I presume that it might even mean black people complaining about being shot down on the street like dogs, for example. And I assume what they mean is that you're not allowed to complain about it unless you can organize a multiracial bloc. Now, they don't tell that to the American Jewish Committee. You have to be integrated. Your ranks have to be diversified before you can raise your voice against anti-Jewish bigotry. I mean, I assume what Senator Sanders is pointing to is the fact that the Republicans got a lot of mileage out of anti-trans ads. One was quite effective, according to their spokesperson, is that they said that Kamala is in favor of they and them, Trump is in favor of you. But the problem is that since Senator Sanders is so ambiguous, you don't know what he's talking about. And I guess he doesn't want to single out this besieged trans community. So he just says identity politics. And then Senator Sanders, above all, should know that over the last 75 years, Washington has conducted a movement, quite successful movement, against left-leaning trade unions. It led to a split in the labor movement, the ousting of Harry Bridges' West Coast Longshore from the House of Labor, the purging of many progressive trade unionists on the spurious grounds that they were so-called socialists or communists.
Go ahead and check out Why Is It Don't TV. Don't rot your brain with Bad Empanada. Check out Why Is It Don't TV. The rest of this interview is fucking amazing. All his interviews are fucking on point. There we go. Identity politics. The brown man attacked me. Right? The fucking Australian Argentino. All right. Throughout the Black radical tradition, fascism has been understood as more than an authoritarian regime. It is a political expression of capitalist crisis. In Blood in My Eye, George Jackson describes fascism as the reign of monopoly capital, or corporatism, that finds perfection in arranging death in prison for all who object. It does not get better than that. Similarly, Walter Rodney in How Europe Underdeveloped Africa reminds us that fascism was a monster born of capitalist parents and an end product of centuries of capitalist exploitation and racial domination, much of it exercised outside of Europe. Yet few scholars have examined how these insights illuminate the emergent fascist logics of the United States in the 21st century. Under the Trump administration, and continuing throughout border state practices of surveillance and policing, we have witnessed the reassertion of white racial dominance throughout racialized violence. The incarceration, dehumanization, and killing of undesirable populations not only to reduce their numbers, but also generate public support for corrosive state measures aimed at preserving the white social order. This is still a settler colonial project. Meaning that the colonizer, the European colonizer, has to maintain a numerical majority. This is why they're freaking out and started pushing the whole Great Replacement theory. This is why they're freaking out when collectively the brown and black hordes were going to be the majority and the white man's going to be the minority. That's why they were freaking out about that. Because they understand they need to be numerically the majority. The Zionist entity will never allow the red to return because they will stop being the numerical majority. They will never allow the quote-unquote liberal one-state solution where fucking democratic rights for all because they will stop being the numerical majority. They might grant it when they've exterminated enough Palestinians like the Europeans here did to the indigenous people. But even then, it would be a long shot, not even worth considering. Fascism as racialized violence. In my research, I argue that fascism depends upon the murder of racialized male populations as a means of securing the state and its white majority. Said differently, fascism in the US should be understood as a political and social order that legitimizes the use of state or paramilitary violence against perceived internal enemies, especially black men. to preserve racial and national and economic hierarchies. Today, we are okay, real quick. You have to acknowledge indigenous men first, because that was the primary target. That was the primary target. And then, once enough indigenous men were exterminated, and, you know, my apologies if it's coming off crude or blunt, but that's just what it is. Numerically, they stopped being a threat. We saw with AIM that despite the genocide, the state still feared them. Indigenous men, indigenous people as a collective, because, you know, both men and women were involved in that movement. But again, we're talking about the specific targeting that the state it imposes is directed at the men. This is where I agree with Dr. Tommy Curry. Is that to say that Black women, indigenous women, brown women aren't targeted by the state? They are, but it's done differently. And quite often, their subjugation and they're weaponized. Their existence is weaponized to say, hey, we need to protect these women from the savages that they're forced to marry, that they're forced to associate with, aka their fathers, their husbands, their brothers, their cousins. Yeah, those savages are a threat to them, and we need to rescue them. We need to save them. But yes, once numerically indigenous men stopped being a threat, then the main target became Black men. Today, we are confronted with an increasingly adversarial militarized strategy to manage Black and Latino populations in major U.S. cities. During this, I understand that brown is too broad, and I've used Latino because it's just what everybody understands, but Latino will include white-Tinos. You know what I mean? So there's Latinos that are just as white and disgusting as Bad Empanada. Okay. In major U.S. cities. During his presidency, Donald Trump declared that he would send the National Guard into predominantly Black cities such as New Orleans, 54% Black, and Baton Rouge, 51% Black, following the campaign in Chicago, Washington, D.C., and Baltimore. Trump's language during these interventions was revealing. African-American ladies, beautiful ladies, are saying, please, President Trump, come to Chicago, please. He claimed, adding that he did great work with the Black vote. While Democrats like Representative Robin Kelly condemn his remarks, the underlying narrative remained intact. The notion that controlling, incarcerating, or killing Black men is both politically expedient and symbolically necessary to maintain social order. Yes, Chirimacha, Ted Cruz is Latino. Yeah. This idea is not new. Since the 19th century, Black male death has been the primary symbol of white racial dominance. So see, there you go. Since the 19th century. There you go. All right. Lynchings once stood as spectacles of white triumph over the presumed savagery of the Black male. Today, incarceration and public executions of Black men and boys on American streets serve the same cultural function. In the same way that whites would, send photos and postcards and collect body parts of Black men being lynched, we're seeing the memes, the AI, and the mockery of George Floyd. We saw it with Trayvon Martin. Like, you see it. Sure, they're no longer taking photos of the body. Sure, they're not taking body parts of the body, but they're still mocking and celebrating and distorting the image of Black men and boys in celebration of white supremacy. The genre logic of racial genocide. Ongoing political discussions have largely refused to integrate the relationship between the masculine threat to white supremacy and the demonization of entire racial groups. Historian Amy Randall has warned that if gender selective slaughter of a specific ethnic, racial, or national group of male civilians occurs, it could be a warning that the more generalized destruction and mass murder of that population might soon follow. Look, colonizers are sexist. Colonizers understand that, hey, you can assault women and force them to birth, children. And colonization has worked that way as well. But what do we see? The castration and the complete removal of the indigenous male. Because you need to rid yourself of them. Because they view them as threats. They don't view women as threats. They don't view women as threats. They'll mock them, the term down, but as actual like physical threats, no, they're too fucking sexist for that. They're too fucking sexist for that. Because we know that there's been countless of revolutionary women, countless of anti-imperialist women, countless women that have engaged in direct combat with the colonizers. Despite some such warnings, the murder of black men and boys in the U.S. is still too often dismissed as an issue of identity politics. From Thomas Frank to Bad Empanada, these white leftists are all the same. Used for grants, awards, and symbolic activism rather than urgent political mobilization. For more than a decade, Black America has watched the spectacle of black male death in real time. According to the Washington Post Fatal Force database, between 2015 and 2024, police shot 2,494 black Americans, of whom 2,406, or 96.5%, were black men. Over that same period, black men have remained 35 to 40% of the incarcerated population, despite being only 13% of the general U.S. population. And white supremacists would use that as proving that black men are somehow more violent than anyone else. Instead of the opposite, the reality that black men are disproportionately targeted and incarcerated. These numbers are not incidental. They illustrate the national order in which black male life is made disposable, a condition that normalizes the state-sanctioned death as public policy. All right, it's wrapping up over here. From indifference to fascism. The indifference of black academic, politicians, and activists to this reality is itself a symptom of fascism encroachment. Many have transformed the crisis of black male death into a performance of concern. I don't know if he'd be comfortable with this association. I don't know what the relationship is, but two blacks laundering black rage, I think is goes great along this article. A spectacle of commentary that gains visibility and funding, but not liberation. This refusal to treat the systemic killing of black men as an existential threat to the entire black population has paved the road for fascism. In fascist logic, the state's legitimacy rests on its ability to define internal enemies and eliminate them. The black male, historically criminalized, hyper-surveilled, and dehumanized, fits this role perfectly. Once the killing of one segment of the population becomes normalized and infrastructures for wider authoritarian control is already in place. Conclusion. Asking different questions. Perhaps it is time we begin to ask different questions about the nature of racism and state violence in America. What if fascism is not a future threat, but our present reality, one that emerged not with a dictator's rise, but through our collective indifference to the ongoing slaughter of black men and boys? The embrace of fascism in the United States did not begin in Washington or on the campaign trail. It began in the streets with each killing that failed to outrage us, each incarceration that went unchallenged, and each moment we mistook spectacle for struggle. Until we confront the reality that racial fascism feeds on our silence, we will continue to mistake the normalization. What the fuck do you add to that? What the fuck do you add to that? I mean, does it get any more accurate, concrete than that? Man. Great fucking article. So glad that I'm an identity politics guy. It's the same shit the racist white left hits you with every single fucking time. And they want you to ignore all this, by the way. They want you to ignore this. Because we're all it's working class struggle. That's what it is. It's a working class struggle. That's what our focus should be on. The working class. All right, y'all. I appreciate y'all being here. Go ahead and hit the like for me. Thank you for putting me on to the white Argentinian Australian bad empanada, claiming that he's been attacked by a brown man. Fucking pathetic. Unsurprising, but fucking pathetic nonetheless. Hit the like. Subscribe if you haven't already. Subscribe to Deculturation Live. Let's try and get that to 400. Where we at there with that? Let's see. Hit the notification bell if you want to know when I go live. Let's see. 398. 398. If two of you could hit the subscribe button over there at Deculturation Live, I'd appreciate that. We need to keep combating and pushing back on these fucking Wonder Bread 2 white leftists allergic to the fucking sun, can't handle fucking UV rays, much less criticism. Pero con eso, as Glenn Ford said, organize with eyes wide open. Ya estuvo.